Hello, everyone. Good morning. Welcome. Let's try that again. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Woohoo! Welcome to track number 2, WordCamp Europe 2025. For many of you, this is the first WordCamp Europe, right? How many? Let me see your hands. Wow, a lot of people. So this is the usual drill. I'll make my introduction, and afterwards I'll introduce the speaker and the subject that we are planning to see, watch, and hear. Although I think that you are already checked on the schedule what is the main topic of this session. However, this is our drill for the session. I am José Freitas, I'm from Portugal, and I am a big fan of WordCamp Europe, as all of us do. So, let's go for our session. Don't forget, please, that throughout the day, today, tomorrow, to pass in the sponsors area. They are very important for the event. They keep the ticket price as low as possible for all of us. Thank you for all the sponsors that we have for this event. And applause for the sponsors, please. Thank you. So let's go to our session. Charlotte Bax is our first speaker of this morning in this track 2. Charlotte started out as a regular WordPress hobby blogger, but has grown as the Netherlands' top voice in sustainable web design. And she is a big fan of sustainability in all general manners. With their company, DigiOrbit, she helps social entrepreneurs and organizations to make their websites more sustainable. She's also the CEO of NOR Toolbox for Online Sustainability, a young climate tech startup that builds software to measure CO2 emissions of websites and web applications. And we are talking about sustainability. And I was shocked to know that ICT worldwide uses up around 8 to 10% of all energy, even more than aviation. Well, I was shocked. So let's find out more about sustainability and how to make your website more sustainable with Charlotte Bax.
Thank you. Thank you, José. Thank you. Thank you all for being here this early in the morning. It's amazing to see this many people in the room. Last time I did a presentation, there were only 4. Anyway, first things first, I have a little request to make before I start my presentation. Yesterday, during Contributor Day, there was no official sustainability table. There was no table lead because the sustainability team had been cancelled. We started a petition to reinstate the sustainability team to their former official status. I already passed this petition to a lot of people. They signed it, and I hope some of you today will sign it too. So I will give it to the first person, and if you could just pass it around, I would be really happy. So if anyone who thinks it's important there is a sustainability team, please sign the petition. So now back to where you all came for. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. One of my favorite quotes. Our internet is a bit like magic. We can do all kinds of wonderful things, such as keep into contact with your grandma when you're traveling the world, or we have access to a host of information, like super easy. And also, you can get in touch with people with the same weird niche hobby as you do. It's wonderful, and I cannot imagine a world without the internet. But our internet has a deep, dark secret. It has an enormous environmental footprint. Today, I will talk a bit about that environmental impact of the internet. I will show you how to estimate the CO2 emissions of your website. And also, I give you some tips to make your website more sustainable. In 2023, ICT was responsible for 10% of global energy consumption. 10%. That is a lot. That is insane. That is more than aviation, as José said. But not all of the environmental impact is energy usage. Of course, there's the energy usage of all that hardware just running 24/7. But there's also embodied carbon from the production of all those machines, your computers, your phones, servers, data centers, Wi-Fi boxes, routers, etc., cables, satellites. The production of electronics is really dirty. It takes up a lot of resources and energy. Also, there's water usage. Data centers need a lot of water for cooling. And at the end of the day, it all becomes e-waste of almost everything. Not that much gets recycled, which is a pity. Most of it ends up in landfill, leaking toxins when it degrades slowly under influence of the UV light from the sun, or it just gets burned, which also releases a lot of toxins, which is kind of sad. And it's easy to point the finger to AI with its huge energy footprint. But I think that's too easy. We are part of a system, a wasteful system, and in the digital sector, a lot of energy gets wasted. And one of the easiest ways to start to reduce that environmental impact is by making your website more green. So why would you want to do that? Well, first of all, your website gets more resource efficient, which means less waste, obviously. But also, if you handle your website in a more sustainable and responsible manner, you can stay on a smaller hosting plan for longer, which means it's just cheaper. And we all like that, don't we? Also, there's the performance optimization. Sustainability goes hand in hand with that. And that's good for user experience, but also search engine bots really love that. So another win. And also, the third and the fourth point, they sort of go together. When you are a sustainable business, you of course want your entire business operations to be in line with your core values. And if you don't, if you have a dirty website that emits a lot of emissions, then that's bad for your reputation. It could damage your reputation. So, in the end, a sustainable website is not only better for the planet, but also better for you. So where do we get started? Well, with getting insights. You want to know where you stand right now. For that, we need a little background information. The data journey you can split up in sort of 3 different sections. You have the server-side processing, which happens in the data centers. You have data traffic. And then you have the client-side processing, which is in the browser of your website visitor. There are 2 companies, Whole Grain Digital and Mighty Bytes. They made this sustainable web design model and a formula to calculate CO2 emissions from data traffic. And there's a little disclaimer with that. You can't just relate data traffic linearly to CO2 emissions. But for ease of use, they made it that way by distributing the embodied carbon and things like idle energy usage over all the data traffic. So the formula is easy to use. And a good rule of thumb is that a sustainable web page is like label A+ to label B, which corresponds to a web page that is less than 1 megabyte big. The energy labels, yeah, they are a lot like the energy labels of your house or of your fridge. It's really, really easy to use. But of course, the page weight is not the only factor. Of course, you have to multiply that with the amount of page visits to get the total CO2 emissions over time. Which means, of course, if you have a high page weight and a lot of visitors, that means there is a lot of room for improvement. But also, if you don't have that much visitors, it can really have an impact to make your website more sustainable. So how do we get those numbers? Well, luckily, there are a lot of tools already online available for getting those numbers, and I will run you through some of my favorites. First up is the greenwebfoundation.org. Here you can check whether your website is hosted on renewable energy or not, which is a really big thing. Like, you don't want your website to be hosted on fossil fuels, right? Next up, websitecarbon.com. They are made by Whole Grain Digital and the OG of website carbon calculators. I really appreciate their work. What they do is they show you the page weight, the total page weight, and they calculate the CO2 emissions from that. And also they make it visible where you are on that energy label scale, which is really nice. Next up is digitalbeacon.co. This has been one of my favorites for a long time because they do something extra. Besides just giving the total page weight and CO2 emissions, they also break it down into asset categories. So you get a bit of a gist where your problem areas are, which is really nice when you start making it more sustainable. Also, there's ecograder.com. This one is made by Tim Frick from Mighty Bytes, if I'm correct. What I think is really nice about this tool is they don't only calculate your page weight and CO2 emissions, but they also assess your UX design a bit, and they give tips on what to get started on, basically, which is really nice. It's a little specialized tool, aremythirdpartiesgreen.com. This one is made by Fershad Irani. He is also one of the pioneers in website sustainability. What this tool does is that it assesses all the third-party assets on a web page and whether they are hosted green or not. And sometimes the results may really surprise you. I can tell you from experience. This one, carbonfooter.nl, it's quite a new tool. It's made by Danny Komen. This one is for the Dutchies. It is a bit like EcoGrader in the sense that it gives you tips on how to make your website more sustainable. What was I going to say? Oh yeah. Where EcoGrader, the tips are a bit more nerd speak. I have the feeling that they are based on Google PageSpeed insights. The tips from carbonfooter.nl, they are more comprehensible for like the common folk, like me. And last but not least, my own tooling, the NR Quickscan, formerly known as DigiHobbit EcoTool. When I was making websites and getting more into sustainability, I wanted to prove to my clients that the websites I built were actually sustainably built or more sustainable than their old websites. So I wanted to compare them. But copy-pasting all the page URLs to a tool like Website Carbon, that just takes one hell of a time. Nobody's got time for that. So I asked a friend to make a tool that does this like in bulk. So you put in your sitemap and it gives a really nice overview of all the pages on your website with the page weight, the CO2 emissions, the energy labels, and the areas of improvement. This is not publicly available yet, but if you want a demo account, just talk to me during lunchtime or something, and yeah, I will put you on the list so that I can make a demo account for you after WordCamp. So when you have the numbers, you want to get to actually making your website more sustainable. How do we do that? Well, I give you some tips in some areas. There are a lot of areas you can make your website more sustainable. For example, hosting, of course, the architecture of your website, you have the design of your website and the content creation. Also, caching plays a huge role in reducing energy usage from computing, server side, and also from loading assets that you only have to load once, and then, well, it's really nice. There's visitor management. Joost de Valk did a really great talk on this on WordCamp the Netherlands in 2022. And I highly recommend that you look that up on YouTube because it's really, really interesting. And as a cherry on top, you can make your website grid aware. Currently, Fershad Irani is making a toolkit for grid aware websites under the flag of the Green Web Foundation. And what that does is that you give a more minimal or a more rich experience to your website visitor based on the energy mix of the local energy grid. So for example, if you visit a website while the energy grid is for a big percentage made up of fossil fueled energy, then you get a more minimal experience. And if your visitor is on a grid that is more renewable energy, then they get a more rich experience of the website. So that's a really nice toolkit. He is working on it right now, but he is looking for Dutch web developers and websites to implement this, to experiment with this. So contact him or just talk to me and I will link you to Fershad. Yeah, it's a really nice tool. So we're diving into some of these things a bit more. Because of time, I can't do everything, but I give you some quick tips. Hosting, of course, choose a web host that uses green energy. That's, yeah, a no-brainer. But what you also can do is that you can look what other things your web host does in the field of sustainability. For example, reusing waste heat. The Dutch company Leaf Cloud does that really good. They have these decentralized servers, and with the waste heat, they heat homes, they heat offices, they heat even swimming pools. It's really cool. Also, you can check whether they make sustainable hardware choices. For example, Halvar, I think Ramon is somewhere, yeah, there in the room. They have a really good policy on using and reusing refurbished hardware, which I think is really, really nice. So that's some things you can look into when choosing your web host. Then on to UX design, it is really important that your visitor can, of course, find what they are looking for as easily as possible. So remove unnecessary clutter from your website. Don't distract them with all kinds of rubbish. Of course, make sure what they are looking for is findable in a logical place. On the page where they expect it to find, and that everything is in the right menu, header, footer, sidebar, whatever. And of course, use correct semantic code so that your website is efficiently crawlable by bots. Then we dive more into the foundations, more the WordPress side of things. You can't have a sustainable website with a really heavy base. That's just not possible because the base weight of your pages is already so big. So you have to choose a lightweight theme. There are some really nice themes. For example, Astra theme and Cadence are two of my favorites. I've heard some really good things about the block theme editor, but I haven't used that myself yet. I still have to experiment with that. But try to pick a lightweight theme. Also, be picky in your plugins. What I see happening a lot is that people use plugins for stuff you don't need a plugin for. For example, SSL certificates or redirections. You could do that in your hosting dashboard. You don't need a plugin for that. And that saves some extra computing energy. And also, this is not really a foundation thing, but more an overall thing. Please refrain from using unnecessary animations. Animations is computing, is energy, And sometimes I see those really cool and modern companies that have really cool and modern websites, and everything is animated, everything moves, which is not only a lot of computing for something unnecessary, but it's also super annoying for your visitor. And I see someone like nodding. I'm not an expert on this, but probably it's really bad for accessibility as well. Am I right? Yes. Well, onto your content. Images is something, it's a pain point for a lot of websites. On many websites, you see lots of images, and sometimes I think here was someone that was really afraid of being boring. And what I want to urge you to use images when they are valuable to your content. Don't use images because you're afraid that someone is afraid of text or something. But be picky in your images. If you can, please choose vector whenever possible, for example, for your logos, for icons, some kinds of illustration styles. They are also really suitable to use the vector format. And if you have to use a pixel image, for example, a photo, resize them and convert them to a lightweight, web-friendly format such as WebP or AVIF before uploading it to your website. It really saves a lot of energy. Then onto media. You see this on not that many websites, not on all websites, but when done wrong, it can add a lot of bulk, a lot of data traffic, and therefore a lot of CO2 emissions to your web page. When you use media, only use it when it actually adds value. When you put a video or audio on your website, please use preload is none in your HTML code. Because what this does, when you don't use it, the video gets loaded whether someone wants to view it or not. So that means they get all those megabytes shoved down their throat, even when they don't want to watch the video. So if you use preload is none, that doesn't happen. The video gets loaded when someone actually wants to view it. And what a lot of people do, and me too, we use video embeds from YouTube, from Vimeo. It's a really easy way to get video on your website. They do the preload is none thing really good, which is nice. But what they do is that they also put a lot of tracking scripts on that page. For example, when you put a YouTube video on a web page, that can add up to like 0.5 megabyte of tracking scripts. And that is only the weight of the text file, of the plain text of the scripts. A little trick I like to use to manage that is I put an image thumbnail on the page. When someone clicks on that, it opens up a modal. And in that modal is a video. So the video, the tracking scripts, everything, it only gets loaded when you actually click on that thumbnail. So that's a really nice trick to use. And last but not least, fonts. They can add unexpected bulk to your website. Of course, they are a really big part of your branding, an essential part, some might say. But what I also see is that graphic designers, sorry guys, they recommend fonts, for example, for body text that are very similar to system fonts. And what I like to do is just switch them out for system fonts. Of course, first I ask my client if they are okay with that. So you don't have to load an entire font for something that could easily be done with a system font. And then for the heading fonts, I do use the branding font, which is a really nice balance between keeping the branding recognizable and sustainability. Of course, I convert those fonts to WOF or WOF2 format, which is a lightweight, web-friendly format for fonts. And the last thing I want to touch on is icon libraries. On lots of websites, I see that entire icon libraries get loaded as fonts while you only use 3, 4, 5 of those icons, which is a lot of weight for something really small, I have seen web pages that load 9 libraries of Font Awesome for like 5 icons. It's insane. It was like 700 kilobytes or something. It was crazy. But what I want to tell you is upload those single icons as vector images or something. Usually they are less than 1 kilobyte big, so that really saves a lot of data traffic and therefore a lot of energy. So that's the tips I have to give you that you can get started on really easily. If you think, well, making one website sustainable, that doesn't really matter, right? Well, I have to tell you, even the smallest person can change the course of the future, and together we can make a really, really big impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Amazing talk. So we have a very short time for a quick question. 4 minutes only for a very quick question. Anyone wants to make a question? Yes, your time. Here and there. Sorry, we have only one question. Time for one question on here.
Oh boy.
So I'm a theme and plugin developer.
Yes.
And what I like to offer my users are features. And one of the features I like to offer them is pick any icon you want from Font Awesome and use it. So obviously, in order to do that, to simplify it, I just load Font Awesome, and then they can see their entire list and just pick this, and then they show that icon there. I was wondering if you have a suggestion to optimize this in a way so they don't have to load the entire icon library on the front end, maybe yes, when they choose on the back end.
Yes. Yeah, there's indeed a little difference between like back end and front end. The tips I gave were mostly for front end. And what you can do is see what, for example, Cadence Blocks does. They also provide their users with the entire Font Awesome library, but on the front end, they only load that one icon. They do that really good. So check out how they do that. I could recommend. And also what they do is they provide this function in the Pro add-on that you can upload your own icons. So that's also an option you can play with.
Thank you, Charlotte. And I have something for you. Okay?
Thank you very
A
much.
gift from the organization. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes.
Charlotte Bax, everyone. So we have now a 15-minute break, so enjoy a drink and come back in some minutes to Ash Shaw and Design Systems. See you in a bit. Hello, everyone. Welcome to track 2 of WordCamp Europe 2025. I am José Freitas. I am the MC for this morning. And I am here to present Ash Shaw. But first a quick reminder, or 2 quick reminders. One of them, you should pass by our sponsors' booths along the day or tomorrow. Remember that lunch will be served after 12:15 and the majority of the food will be there. Just a heads up for all of you. And the second note, this is an event that is made possible by a team of organizers and volunteers. Please, if you have the ability to do so, help them and thank them because this is all volunteering event. And now, let's welcome Ash Shaw. Ash is the founder and CEO of Lightspeed, a WordPress design and development agency established in 2003. Over 20 years of experience in WordPress, WooCommerce, and open source development. Outside of work, Ash maintains peak performance through daily exercises, healthy eating, and structured rests. That means he takes a lot of naps. And besides that, he is a cycling guy. 7,000 kilometers, usually throughout the world, and especially in Thailand. Well, that's a feature. And now, for this event, Ash brings the future-focused approach to WordPress workflows, demonstrating how design systems, automation, and scalable planning can transform how agencies and developers build for WordPress. Give it up for Ash, everyone.
Greetings, everyone. Yeah, he stole my opening lines. So I'm Ash Shaw, passionate WordPress contributor, and over the past 20 years, I've guided hundreds of WordPress projects. We've all had projects where the final site didn't match clients' expectations. That's where a design system combined with interactive prototype changes the game by making everything explicit before development begins. In the session today, you'll learn about how content-first design approach can accelerate your WordPress block theme projects. We will explore the benefits of real content to create smarter layouts, how to align your design system with WordPress block themes, how to interactive prototypes improve feedback, and how to effectively hand off to developers. As a result, designers, developers, and clients stay aligned, handoffs are seamless, and post-launch fixes are reduced. Before we get into the mechanics, let's talk about why a design system is vital and how it improves the development workflow. A design system is more than a style guide. It's a collection of design principles, components, and standards that drives a consistent digital experience. It defines a shared vocabulary, ensuring every decision follows the same rules. Bridging is the act of aligning that system with development practices. When your Figma file setup maps to WordPress theme.json and block template structures, implementation becomes predictable and exact. Here are the key benefits of using a design system. When your design tokens feed directly into theme.json, both the design and the live site use the exact same styles, eliminating drift in typography, color, and spacing. This unified approach reduces visual bugs and simplifies QA. Upfront guidelines help teams spend less time on revisions and more time delivering features. Projects that once took weeks can now move at a faster pace, freeing up capacity for innovation. Interactive prototypes give stakeholders and team members a real reference. Conversations focus on content and features. Tweak a single variable and the change ripples everywhere, simplifying maintenance and scaling. Now that we understand why a good design system is vital, let's talk about what we are designing. That's where a content-first design approach comes in. Great websites don't start with layouts. They start with the story they need to tell. Benefits of a content-first design. Real content ensures accurate sizing, spacing, and typography. Defined key pages and calls to action shape site navigation and internal links. Approved content up front means less rework. Stakeholders provide clearer, concrete feedback. By adopting content-first design, you set the stage for a smoother, more successful website build. A shared project folder keeps all your project assets up to date in one central place. Real content, style tokens, page guidelines, and clear examples. At Lightspeed, we use Google Drive and Google Docs as a single source of truth. You may like to use something else, whatever works for you. Stakeholders review and comment directly, providing focused and clear feedback. When content design and development requirements change, updating these central docs ensures everyone stays informed and aligned. This shared folder simplifies onboarding new team members. We've seen why real words and images shape smarter layouts. Now we need a systematic way to gather that material and spot any content or design gaps. That brings us to the discovery phase, where content and design audits put facts on the table before pixels on the screen. But first, how do we organize everything we gather and generate? Keeping solid documentation is vital. It serves as a reference point for all initial and subsequent design and development requirements, which are accessible by stakeholders. To help us systematically gather and organize this information, we use what we call a discovery toolkit, which includes questionnaires for both client and for internal use. We send a questionnaire with questions designed to extract information for the design process. From these answers, we extract the goal or objective of a website. This toolkit provides us essential information needed to inform content and design audits. We start by taking insights gathered from the Discovery Toolkit and turning them into clear, actionable design values. First, we review the client's goals, tone of voice, and content strategy. Then we use our AI-assisted framework to speed up the creative process. For example, we feed structured client responses into our AI tools to generate tailored design recommendations like typographic scales or color palettes that match their brand personality. Our team then reviews, refines, and tests these AI-generated suggestions before integrating them into the final design. Whether creating something new or improving an existing site, this approach ensures the design choices we make are purposeful, aligned, and ready for growth. After turning insights into design values, we conduct a content audit to systematically review any existing website content, which involves auditing what you have, defining the strategy, mapping navigation and structure, filling the gaps. Collecting, tagging, and gap filling at this stage ensures designers start with real material to work with from day one. After the content audit, a design audit systematically reviews any existing website or design material. This includes evaluating typography, color, spacing, component layouts, and user flows. This design audit uncovers the strengths and areas for improvement, aligning the team's expectation and revealing critical gaps before design work starts. For instance, Low contrast text can hamper readability, and inconsistent button styles can confuse users. After the design audit, we move from identifying pain points to creating polished solutions. For African Safaris Limited, a travel website with a main audience aged 50 to 65, the audit identified a small body font, low contrast text, and inconsistent call to action buttons. Uncovering these issues early meant we needed to increase the body font size, improve site-wide contrast, and create standard prominent buttons. This established a shared visual baseline, ensuring all stakeholders understood the problems and solutions. As we build the design system, we start defining its core elements: tokens, naming conventions, and foundational rules. First up are design tokens, or variables in Figma. These tokens cover colors, font sizes, spacing, and other basics, serving as a blueprint for visual choices. In Figma, we recommend grouping tokens into clear collections: foundation colors, typography, spacing, layouts. Organizing tokens like this makes them easy to find. It also lets you use modes, a Figma feature, to switch properties effortlessly. For instance, toggling between light and dark modes for color, or desktop and mobile layouts for typography and spacing. Organize your Figma file to match the hierarchy of a WordPress block theme. This helps design elements map clearly to your WordPress site editor and theme.json. Begin by creating small reusable components like buttons, links, and headings. From there, build these into patterns and template parts, which then are used to assemble templates and full-page layouts. This mirrors WordPress's own structure, giving developers a familiar setup to follow. It also means design adjustments only need to happen once on the component, not everywhere it appears. Developers can easily locate and implement these clearly organized assets as blocks. Think about accessibility right from the start. Use Figma plugins like Stark to check color contrasts and ensure your designs meet WCAG AA standards. Make sure your spacing, padding, and line height tokens provide enough white space for easy reading. Always check your designs at 100% zoom in Figma to confirm that font sizes display accurately. Doing these checks early saves having to fix things later. By the end of this phase, your design system will have a clear set of tokens and strong naming conventions, responsive guidelines, and built-in accessibility. These foundations make development smoother and ensure a consistent user experience. This structuring and setup relies heavily on close collaboration between designers and developers. For faster, proven design process, use the free LSX Design UI Kit available on the Figma Community Hub. It's a ready-made foundation aligned specifically to WordPress with preset variables and essential block components. This helps you skip through the initial setup of your Figma file and quickly customize designs to fit your block theme project. Combine this UI kit with your shared folder and insights from content and design audits, and you have a clear, reliable blueprint for building any WordPress block theme design system. Benefits of interactive prototypes. Enhanced collaboration as designers and developers share a common language. When a pattern changes, both teams know exactly where to update in Figma and in WordPress. Accelerated workflows, as a well-structured Figma file eliminates back and forth. Developers and site builders spend less time deciphering mockups and more time building. Improved quality as consistency in naming and structure means fewer errors. Components behave as expected because they were designed with WordPress core block behaviors in mind. By matching the Figma library to your WordPress block theme structure, design and code stay perfectly in sync, which reduces revisions and speeds up delivery. Designers work with core block limits and flag any custom block needs early, keeping scope and budgets steady. A clickable prototype then gathers clear client feedback and locks in approval before any building begins. To gather targeted, informed comments, share interactive prototypes. This allows stakeholders to experience the design and provide specific feedback on flows, interactions, and real content. Instead of general opinions, you'll receive actionable comments. This makes the feedback process more efficient and ensures everyone is aligned before the development begins. The benefits of this feedback loop: clearer understanding. Interactive prototypes let clients visualize the site behavior and flow, ensuring precise, actionable feedback. Developers can clearly understand how experiences should look and feel, removing the guesswork. Contextual feedback. In prototype comments and direct design feedback reduce miscommunication, ensuring change requests accurately reference specific elements, fewer surprises. Early validation through realistic high-fidelity prototypes significantly reduces post-launch fixes and last-minute revisions. Faster iteration. Design and prototype directly in Figma. Quickly preview, share, and gather immediate feedback, speeding up iterations and ensuring alignment. Feedback collected during these prototype loops can then be integrated back into your design system, improving the final WordPress implementation. The prototype becomes the blueprint for development. Interactive prototypes clearly communicate the intended experience, giving developers a complete visual understanding of design interactions, flows, and behaviors. By bridging the gap between design and development early, we remove the guesswork and ensure everyone's aligned. This clarity sets up a smooth handoff, helping developers build confidently. A smooth handoff starts with a clear, consistent system. Tokens are your foundation. Typography, colors, spacing, and more are defined once as reusable tokens, each named to match the theme.json and WordPress block standards. Developers simply copy, not interpret. Figma Dev Mode for specs. Dev Mode lets your team inspect exact measurements, styles, and interactions directly from approved designs. No guesswork and extra documentation needed. Annotations and linked notes, custom behaviors or conditional logic, link them directly to prototype frames. These notes live alongside the UI, so developers always have the right context. Now, this is something I actually didn't understand before this talk, annotations. It's really interesting in Figma. You can actually categorize the annotations, attach them to a specific element, and include information about, for example, accessibility for that element, so your developers have more context. I think it might actually be a new feature. It's new to me, at least. Otherwise, comments also work really well. The result, a WordPress site that mirrors the prototype, built faster with fewer errors and complete stakeholder alignments. I moved a little bit faster than expected, but to wrap up on some key principles to carry forward in your next WordPress project. Adopt a content-first mindset. Design with real or realistic content early. This approach ensures layouts meet actual user needs, preventing mismatches and late-stage changes. What we do at my company is we don't only ask for a 50% deposit. That's required, and we won't start the project unless we have content, or we generate the content for the client. Because without that content, you can't really build a real experience. Build a strong design system. Treat your Figma library as a single source of truth. Clearly define tokens, components, and patterns. Ensure consistency, remove ambiguity, and speed up delivery. Document continuously. Maintain living documentation. Guidelines, content specs, and project requirements. A well-documented process keeps everyone aligned and informed throughout the project. Prototype to validate, not just illustrate. Interactive prototypes transform static designs into testable experiences. Early validation highlights usability or interaction issues before development, reducing rework. Now, this is something the talk helped me hone in on, and we were using prototypes, but now going forward, we're going to use prototypes for everything. Just picture if you had a bunch of templates that weren't necessarily a full website. How do you present that to your clients and make it easy for them to navigate? Well, I learned this tip from Best Practices on the Figma site, which is a great resource for learning. Create a table of contents with a set of instructions, and that'll be the first screen that the client sees. Then when they click through to any of the links in the table of contents, there's a kind of like a button in the bottom right we've done that it's almost a little bit transparent. You don't want it to be part of the UI necessarily, but they can click back to that table of contents. That's been really useful. Bridge design and development early. Structure your tokens and Figma files to match WordPress standards from day one. Clear alignment smooths handoffs and ensures final builds match approved designs. This is something we're working on to expand. So for this talk, I decided to apply ourselves to really improving our design system and building in more variables that relate to the theme JSON. Before we had quite a few, but we expanded it by about 100 variables. And my goal is to expand the variables further to align with components and then tap into building a Figma plugin to export that as JSON. And hopefully I can figure it all out and even export it straight to theme.json. There was a VIP WordPress.com plugin available, but things have moved along quite fast, and I think it probably needs to be refactored. So that's my next goal. So I recommend using AI and automation strategically. Automate tasks like generating colors and typography from client feedback. allowing you to focus on higher value design challenges while improving consistency and efficiency. Thank you all so much for joining today. Before we wrap up, I'd like to extend an open invitation not to just explore, but to collaborate. Check our free open source Figma UI kit at lsx.design. It's aligned specifically with WordPress block themes and built to help designers and developers move faster with fewer headaches. It's the idea of underscores, which was a starter theme for classic WordPress themes, was a 1,000-hour head start. This is about a 200-hour head start. If you spot any friction or opportunities to improve, let us know. Your comments, suggestions, and insights help this design system evolve, keeping it valuable for everyone. A great design system is about collaboration as much as it is about technical excellence. Make it yours, make it better, make it available. Together, let's refine how we design and build WordPress websites. Want to dive deeper? Visit lightspeedwp.agency for detailed case studies about our design system approach. I'll be at the WordCamp Cafe upstairs right after the Q&A session. Come say hello, ask any questions about design systems, and grab a limited edition South African Wapu sticker. Wapengu, Kapu, and Safapu. First come, first served. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks. Sure. Thank you. Amazing talk.
Thanks, bro.
We have only time for a very quick question. Does anyone wants to take the place there? So I will run to there. Okay. Okay.
You talked. Nope, 1, 2. Hi there. You talked about keeping your design system documents in a Google Docs. Have you any experience in putting them in other places or building their own sort of sites for larger organizations such as ours, where they want to have a bit more of an interactive space and they want to be able to use and see those block components? I wondered if you had any insight.
So Storybook, from what I understand, is a good solution for that. We haven't had the need for that yet because we've been focusing on existing WordPress core blocks. So we have a tour operator plugin, which is an open source plugin. My goal is to link those blocks to Storybook. It's one of my next steps. So I would recommend that. The Figma integrations page has some great links. They will link you to more information about how to use Storybook, and there's one other system, I can't remember the name right now, that would be good for documentation. We don't need anything more advanced right now, so that's why we're using Google Docs. But wherever your docs might sit, they are crucial to your project. So hopefully that helps in some respect.
Thanks. Ash, show everyone.
Cool.
Ash,
Yeah, there we go.
a picture of you.
Thanks,
taking the
Hyde.
present.
Cool.
Okay.
Thanks, buddy. I
Thanks.
appreciate it.
So everyone, thank you for being in this session. We have a break for some minutes until the next one. I hope to see you right here for other Silverstein session at WordCamp Europe. See you in a bit. Bye for now. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to track 2 of WordCamp Europe 2025. Welcome to this session. Before we begin, just two quick informations. One of them, the registration area in the ground floor is the central hub for everything related to information desk, for swag station, and lost and found. So if you lost something, go there and ask if someone found it. And if you found something, please go there and deliver it so that the owner can get back his material. The other information is that after this session, we have the lunch break. Lunch will be served after 12:15. It will be served in this lobby area just in front of this area, of this room. And it will be served also in the sponsors area. Just heads up for everyone, the majority of the food will be served at the sponsors area. So do whatever you want from this information. So now let's get with Adam Silverstein as our guest for this morning. Adam is a WordPress core committer, where he works to fix bugs and improve modern web capabilities. As a developer relations engineer on Chrome's web platform team at Google, he focuses on making the open web better for everyone. And guided by Adam in this morning, we will explore the world of modern web APIs and features, showcasing practical applications within the WordPress ecosystem. So now a warm welcome to Adam Silverstein.
Awesome. Thank you. I don't think, is my mic on? My mic is not on yet. Oh, there it goes. Cool. Awesome. Thanks, everyone, for coming. So I'm going to be talking about new features coming to the web platform and how they will impact WordPress. So the web platform, what am I talking about? I'm talking about the thing that we all build for, that we build our plugins for, all the things that web browsers can do. And that's been changing over time, right? When I started building for the web, everything was static. It was a bunch of blue links, and that was what we were building. We were publishing content. Things have changed. Now we have forms, we have interactivity, we have full apps that are built in the web, on the web. So let's talk about what those capabilities are, what's coming, what are some new things that might impact WordPress, and how you can keep up with them. So I'm going to cover kind of 3 areas: features that help developers do things that have been challenging to do in the past, things that help users have a better experience when they visit your sites or use your plugins, and then things that enable entirely new experiences that were just not possible in the past. Kind of the ones I'm most excited about. So when I talk about the web platform, as developers, what you should be thinking about is baseline. If you haven't heard of Baseline, this is the set of features that all of the major web browsers support. And we're fortunate that we have this standard, because before this, we struggled with trying to build things that could work across browsers. Now we have this one place we can go. If a feature is in Baseline, we can count on it being available in all the browsers. That said, I'm going to be talking about some features today that are not yet supported in all the browsers, but for all of them, the browsers have at least expressed interest in supporting it in the future. And keeping track of what is coming to the web platform, you can pay attention to the Interop project. And this is an annual effort by the browser vendors to add new features to Baseline, to add new features to the platform. And the impetus for these features comes from developers like you giving feedback during the open process that they use on GitHub, and from the browser vendors themselves when they want to push forward a particular initiative. So each year they come up with a set of features that they want to work on, and then throughout the year they work on bringing those features to all of the browsers. By the way, there's a bunch of links at the bottom of these slides for things that you can check out and learn more. Don't worry, there will be one QR code at the end of the talk, and it will give a link to this deck, so you'll be able to go back and find all the links, so don't worry about capturing them along the way. So let's dive into some of these new API features. Popover API. So this is a really great new feature that's landed for all the browsers, and popovers are widely used. So this is anytime you want to pop some dialogue or element over the rest of the page. We use it in WordPress throughout the admin interface for tooltips. We use it inside Gutenberg for things that pop up that you select from. And we have, JavaScript implementations of these popovers already, but it turns out it's actually quite complicated to do something like this in JavaScript, especially like if you're trying to anchor to an element on the page and users are resizing the page and having that work correctly on mobile and so forth. This API essentially takes care of all that. You can see from the little code example how simple it is to implement a popover now, supported in all the browsers. No JavaScript required, right? So this is a lightweight way of implementing something we've had in the past. Hopefully we'll be able to just replace what we have with this new feature and sort of lighten our load. Check it out if you're doing anything with a popover. So this is a really cool API, Scroll Animations API. This is the ability to trigger CSS animations as the user scrolls down a page, or actually have animations that are tied to that scroll position. So you've probably seen examples of this. We have plugins like Slider Evolution that have these features built in, but they rely on JavaScript that's relatively heavy. You have to pay attention to where the user is on the page, and it's this constant polling and kind of resource consumption on the main thread. This new API is entirely CSS driven. So all of the animation is going to be handled sort of by the browser without requiring you to load an extra JavaScript library. There's some really great examples on that scroll-driven animations.style website. And I've got a few examples here in WordPress. So this is a pull request on Gutenberg that adds an animation setting panel over on the right-hand side here when you select an image. It could be a header or some other element. And the idea here is I want that image to fade in as the user scrolls down on the page. And this is what it looks like. So as the user scrolls, you can kind of see the image is going from 0 opacity to 100% opacity. And if they scroll back down, it goes back. So it's an animation that's tied directly to the scroll position. Again, no JavaScript required for this. Here's another PR in Gutenberg. This one adds a reading indicator up at the very top of the page. You can see, I'm going to run that again. It's as the user scrolls down, they get that nice reading progress indicator. Hopefully you got to see that. If not, you can go back. Here's one more example. This is taking a fixed cover block and then minimizing it into a fixed header at the top. So a full cover block, and you can have like your menu up there or something like that. Again, purely CSS, no JavaScript required. So this is a really cool feature to add some nice animations without a lot of overhead. Okay, here's the next one, CSS carousels. Over half of WordPress sites use some sort of slider, swiper JavaScript library. That is amazing. I don't know if they all actually have sliders on them, but that's what the data says about how many sites actually load these libraries. CSS carousels aim to provide all of the features that you see in regular carousels, but entirely using CSS. This means that the carousel is going to be much more lightweight. It's not going to interfere with other JavaScript on your page. And hopefully it's going to have accessibility built in, because it's going to be a native web component, just like any other component. They're working on that. So my colleague Pascal did a great blog post on implementing this as a Gutenberg block, so a Gutenberg block that is just a purely CSS-driven carousel. And I saw recently Elementor announced that they're also launching something like this. So pretty cool, people are already taking advantage of it. Not quite available in all the browsers yet, but I do think it's coming. And with something like this, if you're implementing it, you probably already have a JavaScript implementation. For the browsers that support it, you can use the CSS implementation and then fall back to what you already have in JavaScript. Hopefully, eventually, we will replace all that JavaScript. This site on the chrome.dev site, this page shows a huge number of examples of the types of carousels you can build with this feature. Pretty much everything. The aim is to really try to replicate every possible feature that people are already doing on the web with carousels. And this is a good example of an API that is aiming to address kind of a pain point of developers. People have solved this with JavaScript libraries, but it just shows that people want these sliders, they're trying to implement them, and then they're reaching for these relatively heavy JavaScript libraries. Why not have the browser just support those features directly? Cool. This next set of features is about improving user experience on the web. I really like this one. This is Customizable Select. So select elements on the web, until very recently, were just generated by the operating system, meaning what you got was sort of visually very plain. If you wanted to do anything beyond that, you had to reach for a JavaScript library. And the challenge there is that the browser doesn't really understand that as a select element anymore. So things like accessibility are hard, and you don't get autofill, for example. Now we can use HTML directly in our select elements. So form plugins can embrace this, and also all over the WordPress admin, we have select elements that we can improve by adding visuals to them, icons or graphics. So I've got some examples of that. This is a pull request for the media library where we have filters, and in those drop-downs, instead of just the names of the media types, we can now add images. So imagine you're looking for an audio file. Your eyes will probably very quickly go to that musical note. Right? So this is a way to help users navigate more easily. Here's another example in the bulk edit screen where we have the icons for the post formats. We already have these icons in Gutenberg for post status, and now let's add them to the bulk edit screen. Here's another example of using gravatars for the user selector, for the author selector. So if you know someone by their gravatar, it's going to make it easier to find them. And one more example, this is the category parent selector on the category edit page, and categories are hierarchical. So the way we indicate that currently is by indenting the elements in the dropdown. It's kind of hard to tell, really, what's going on. This is my sort of poor CSS attempt to add some visual flair to that. So now on the right-hand side, you can see there's a tree indicating the hierarchy. Just a small visual enhancement, but I think it makes it much clearer what's going on. And one final example, this is for WooCommerce plugin that they have a JavaScript implementation, but this is a CSS version of it. Again, you don't have to have the JavaScript. It's going to auto-select correctly, autofill correctly, and we've added the country icons to the currency selector. All right, here's another really cool one that we actually landed in WordPress 6.8, speculative loading. If you haven't heard about this, this is the ability to tell the browser to prefetch a resource before the user navigates to it. So this is going to improve the speed that when users navigate from page to page on your site, the speed with which those pages load. In the core implementation, we've used sort of the most conservative approach. So we only start prefetching resources when the user mouses down on the link. And then when they mouse up, the browser actually starts the navigation. So you get that advantage of maybe 50 to 100 milliseconds between the mouse down and the mouse up, or touch down and touch up. However, you can configure this in a more bold manner, where it will prefetch, say, when you hover over a link. Or if you have a link on your page that's a large call to action, say, and you know users are likely to click that, you can go ahead and prefetch the resources from that from the get-go. So this is highly configurable. I've seen plugins already that plug into the API, but you can also, as a developer, leverage it yourself if you have some specific thing that you want to prefetch. It also gives you the ability to pre-render. So prefetching is sort of loading all the resources that the page that you're navigating to will need. Pre-rendering is like loading that page in another tab. And when you've pre-rendered a page, navigating to it is instantaneous. It's just like switching tabs. So it's a pretty amazing experience if you can do it correctly. The risk here, of course, is loading resources that the user never navigates to. And that's why in core, we've started with the most conservative approach. Again, this has limited availability across the browsers, but it's a progressive enhancement. So browsers that don't support it will just operate the way they always have. All right, this is a really cool one, the View Transitions API. Props to my colleague Weston for the little video running. You can see as he's navigating through the site, these beautiful animated transitions. And this is done with a simple bit of CSS that tells the browser which elements you want to navigate sort of from and to. So in this case, we've got things like the post title that in the list of posts then enlarges to the single post page. And these transitions make the site just look beautiful when you're navigating through it. It creates this, and these are like automatically added. You can also customize them with whatever approach you want. Again, not quite supported in all the browsers, but it is coming. So a really cool thing. There is a Performance Lab plugin that was just shipped that adds this feature. And so you can actually just check this out right now on your WordPress site. There's kind of more things coming there, but check out Performance Lab and or just search for the View Transitions plugin. That's brand new. Here's one more example of it. This is from the Interactivity API demo that was the wpmovies.dev site, if you guys have seen this. And it's basically, it's a little hard to see on this one, but it's as the user clicks the movie thumbnail, it animates to that next position that it's going to be in. Previously, it would just be like a hard switch. All right, one more. This is near and dear to my heart, modern image formats. So you might have seen in the last few years, we've added some new formats to WordPress media, including WebP and AVIF. One contributor, this guy Greg Benz, has been really helpful in helping us understand the value of HDR imagery. Probably all of you have a smartphone in your pocket that's already taking high dynamic range images. And you also have a screen that you can look at those images on. But if you upload those images to WordPress, you might discover on your SDR monitor that they don't look very good. And the challenge here is converting HDR images that we're all taking now to SDR that most people are actually viewing on their home computer screens. And one approach to solving this is a new format called Ultra HDR. This format takes regular JPEG SDR imagery and adds a gain map sort of metadata layer on top of that. So the image format basically stores both the HDR and the SDR data in one file, and therefore at render time you can choose. So if you're rendering for an HDR display, you can use the SDR version and not have to kind of convert. The challenge here for WordPress is that we cannot support these formats directly on the server until we get the server support for them. So our image processing in WordPress happens when you upload an image on the back end. And we use a couple of image processing libraries. Imagic and GD are supported natively. You can plug in your own. But these libraries don't support all of these modern image formats yet. Or maybe they've added support, but your host hasn't updated the library. It's very difficult for hosts to keep these libraries up to date and to upgrade people because there's a risk of breaking things. So the challenge here is when new formats come, even something like AVIF that's been around for a while now is only supported on 30% of WordPress servers. So that means if you don't have that server, you can't really use that format on WordPress. However, there is a possible solution to that that is in the next section that I will get back to. And this is the last section. This is about things that we couldn't do before. And like I said, the web started out as this very simple thing. Now, Photoshop runs on the web, right? How does that work? Well, one of the big secrets, I'm going to get to that in a second. Sorry, I have one slide here. This is the first one, passkeys. Passkeys is the ability to log into your WordPress site or have visitors log into your WordPress site using their biometric identification instead of a password. You might have seen this kind of popping up on different sites that you visit. It's not yet available in Core, but this is something I'd love to see us actually land somehow in WordPress Core. It's widely available across browsers, and you can see in the screenshot that I'm actually already using it to log into WordPress.org. So it is possible to do it today. There's a good plugin that does it, and I think it's going to be something we will all be using in the future. WebAssembly. So this is the ability to run code that was written in a language like C or C++. It was meant to be run on a machine, actually to run it in the browser. So what does this let us do? It lets us run all the latest versions of libraries, like those image processing libraries, but instead of running them on the server, now we can run them in the browser. Because we can ship those libraries with WordPress, we can update those libraries as we need to, unlike hosts that are going to be challenged to update the libraries. And we already use it for Playground. If you've used WordPress Playground, that relies on WebAssembly to run all the server technology in the browser. That's exactly what it's doing. So my colleague Pascal also built this great WordPress Media Experiments plugin that you can check out today. This basically leapfrogs all of the limitations that we have on the server. It supports the latest web image formats, And it also does things that we can't even do on the server, like converting GIFs, animated GIFs to movies, a really great way to make them way more performant. We can't even do that. None of the image processing libraries support those types of operations. But there are libraries that do, that we can run in the browser. So none of the server ones do, but the ability to do it is there, and that's what Pascal has implemented in this plugin. So check that out, especially if your host doesn't support AVIF and you want to start using it. This is a way you can sort of leapfrog that limitation. All right, did you know you can run AI in your browser? So this is, again, thanks to sort of WebAssembly, but you can take large language models and run them directly in your browser. So instead of sending all your private data off to a data center somewhere, you can actually use AI directly in the browser. Now, these are smaller models, so the performance is not going to be as great as some of the latest and greatest that you get online. But you can see that they're improving just the same way those online models are. Some of the advantages here are your data is private. You're able to use this offline. You can ship an AI directly with your product and not rely on a third party. You don't need an API key. There's no cost. So there's a lot of advantages, and you can use it for things like, say, comment moderation, or summarizing an internal bulletin board that only employees should be able to have access to, that you don't want to have sending your data out. So this is a pretty exciting thing. I think Transformers.js is sort of a canonical library that will let you plug into all the different models, so that's a good place to start if you want to check this out. And finally, this really isn't a new web capability, but I think I just have to talk a little bit about AI as a tool for us as WordPress developers and site builders. We started out a couple of years ago with people creating new, using AI to create content. These days, AI has become more of an assistant. I did a workshop where we used AI to help tune the performance of our websites, and it was amazingly successful, surprising even to me. But it's also getting to the point where it can act on your behalf, right? So maybe you need a new feature for your WordPress site, and you just ask the AI, will you get me the latest and greatest form plugin? And it will just do it for you. There's a new AI team in Core now that's aiming to kind of create the APIs that this technology will need to activate WordPress and kind of grab all the features of WordPress and be able to use them, interact with WordPress. However, I will say we're not all going to lose our jobs because in my experience, AI is really good at moving fast, but also makes mistakes and does things wrong, does things that we don't want. So I would say AI is going to be really exciting to see and is also going to be like a helper for us, is how I see it. That's it. So for the last thing is sort of a question to all of you, which is what is missing from the web platform? What are the things that you struggle to do on the web or find incompatibilities between browsers? Where are you reaching for JavaScript libraries when you feel like the browser should just be able to do that automatically? I'd love to get your feedback. So I've got a QR code here. That's the one you should scan. That's got a survey you can fill out as well as a link to the slides. There's also a bit.ly link. If you can't get the QR code, it's bit.ly/modernizing-2025. That's it.
Adam Silverstein, everyone.
No, I don't think we do. Yeah.
So Adam will be available for you folks wherever you can find him during the event. And before you go to lunchtime, just a quick reminder for kosher and people that has some allergies like nuts and gluten-free, your food will be delivered on the sponsors area. On the sponsors area. Please go there for kosher and gluten-free. And now my gift to Adam. Adam, the gift for you from the organizing team.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here with us. So folks, it's everything done for this morning on this room. We'll be back at 30 minutes after 1. Until then, have a great lunch. See you.
So, hello everybody. I hope you had a delicious lunch as I had, and I hope that you're not freezing. If you are, I think you have to clap or do something, so cheer the leader. I'm Carolina, and I'll be guide for you today, this afternoon, in this, let's say, developers track. But don't be afraid, it won't be too hard code, so you can stay there even though you are not developer. It could be very interesting for you. So, let's move to our first speaker. It's Jordi Boggiano. He's co-author and maintainer of Dependency Manager Composer. And it's kind of special written for him because he has given more than 100 talks, but it was before the pandemics, before 2019, if I remember it well. Since then, many things happened. Free children, pandemics, so his first time on a stage in the 20s, so please cheer him up, and it's yours.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that's indeed been a while that I've been on the stage. I have been at a few conferences just as a tourist, an attendee. But it's good to be back. I guess I'll skip that. You can see my face, and she introduced me, so let's dive in. So Composer is a dependency management tool for PHP. So it's not made for WordPress. It's really just made as a generic PHP tool. And it allows you, like the basic functionality is that it allows you to list your dependencies and then install them, and it will go and kind of track down the dependencies of your dependencies and their dependencies and so on and so on. And then just get all of that installed and updated as well. It is a command line utility. And by default, it talks to the package repository or registry, which is packages.org. So there you can find like all the libraries that are available. Yeah, all the things you can use as dependencies. Now, if we look at Composer and WordPress, WordPress, as far as I understand, is not directly using Composer for anything but the dev dependencies. So I found the repository yesterday, but I forgot what it was called. It's like this WordPress developer repository. You do have there a Composer JSON listing a few dependencies for tools like test framework and stuff like that. I forgot what exactly is in there, but so it is used for that. But beyond that, I'm not entirely sure of the usage like within the WordPress community. I had a few anecdotal conversations this morning with various people that told me, oh yeah, we use it, but it's not like embedded in WordPress itself, so it's kind of more an ad hoc thing that you can do. So maybe just if you could just give me a show of hands of like who used Composer at all, just unrelated to WordPress. Okay, so almost all of you. So that's good. And who of you within the WordPress context? Is it also most? Okay, I guess maybe half. I don't know, but it's okay. So you're not all lost here. That's already good. Yeah, so how would you go about doing that? I know also a bunch of plugins use it. Like within the plugin itself, they kind of install the dependencies and then they ship all of that together into a zip file, and then you get like the plugin and the dependencies into one. But then you get problems because different plugins using the same dependencies will conflict. So these tools have started being used more and more, like PHP Scoper and Mozart. Which are kind of namespacing all the classes so that you get unique class names for everything. Like I find this, but because I'm like this doesn't sound like it can work for everything. Like I'm sure it can 99% get you there, but like there are certainly some edge cases that will cause problems. So it's a necessary evil, I guess. And the other issue you have is with the autoloader. You end up having like several autoloaders and loading. Even if you don't have version conflicts with the scoping, you still like end up loading, maybe 10 times the same library with different names, which sounds kind of wasteful and suboptimal to me. There are other solutions like this Roots or Bedrock, or like I'm not quite clear what's the name properly there, but anyway. There's that, and I heard this morning as well about WP Starter, I think it was called, which are like decent ways to get WordPress installed as a dependency, etc. And if you do that, I guess you're probably mostly familiar with this wpackages.org, which mirrors the WordPress plugins and makes it kind of understandable to Composer. Now, what would be the point of integrating Composer further into WordPress? I think you could clean up all these hacks that I mentioned before. You could like manage dependencies between plugins and libraries also just kind of natively. I've heard now since last year you have cross-plugin dependencies, but not really with version constraints. So it's more of a like install both and hope it works, which, yeah, it's okay, but it's like, I think it would be nicer if you had version constraints and you could actually enforce this. And yeah, so I think that would be the main benefits. Now, again, I had a few discussions this morning which led me to believe this might be unrealistic in the short term. I don't know. I don't know about the long term. Like we'll see where this goes. So let's dive in. I think the first best practice to me is to know your tools. And so I just want to go through the workflow a little bit of like the flow of how to use Composer. So if we start down there, you have this Composer require or remove commands. These are really like the good entry points to add or remove dependencies. And what they do really is they change the Composer JSON. So you can do that yourself, of course. Just go and edit the Composer JSON, change the requirements. And then the next step they do is they run a Composer update. Now the Composer update, it goes and fetches metadata from Packagist or WPackagist or whatever you have in there as repository. Takes that metadata, solves the dependencies. Once hopefully you have a set of dependencies that is compatible with each other, it writes this Composer log file. Then you have a next step, which, if you run a Composer update directly, then it also does that, right? It does the part about updating metadata, and then it will run for you implicitly a Composer install, because we know once you updated the log file, you most likely want to install the new dependencies you have. So we always do it implicitly, but technically these are two separate steps. And at the install step, we go and fetch the code, which in 99% of the case is usually from GitHub. Now with WPackagist, I'm not sure, it might be hosted on the WordPress plugin repo. But yeah, you go fetch the code, install it in the vendor directory, and that's that. So the composer.log file really contains all the metadata with the download URLs, the exact versions you have, like everything you need to install the log file, the vendor dir, without talking to Packagist anymore. So at install step, you don't talk to the repository. So I want to emphasize that really, like, please commit the log file. And if there's still anyone not commenting the log file, it's maybe a bad question because nobody dares to raise their hand when I ask like that. But anyway, I hope you're commenting it, because it really ensures that you have reliable installs. Like if you don't have it committed and 2 people install the project, they'll end up with like different versions of dependencies possibly. If your CI is installing this or your production server is installing during deployment and you don't have the log file, you might at some point end up with just some random new version with a regression being installed and you didn't test it, and then it's just whole production blows up. Not a good day. So do commit the log file. Like there's a good reason it's there. Just a quick note about semantic versioning in case you're not familiar with it. This, in a sense, just says you have 3 components in version numbers. You have the major, minor, and patch versions. And every time you do a breaking change, you should increase the major one. Every time you have new features, you should increase the minor one. And then for everything else, you just do patch releases. It's a super simple concept, but it's very powerful. I think if everyone respects that, like as a maintainer, if maintainers respect that, then consumers of open source code, oh, well, regardless if it's open source or not, but consumers of libraries just know that, okay, if I do an upgrade of a patch version, nothing should break. Like theoretically, this should be safe. Obviously, mistakes do happen, and it's the real world is never like that simple, but it is a good guideline, and it really helps to understand what you're doing. When you're upgrading a major version using this semantic versioning, okay, now I have to pay attention, I have to go look at the change log in detail, find the upgrade notes, maybe, like it's a bit more involved than just like upgrading and hoping for the best. Another hint, which I think if you do develop plugins, especially if you bundle your autoloader in the vendor directory and you push all that stuff into the zip file you're pushing out in the plugin in the end, like please take care to have an autoloader that is performant. And it doesn't take much. Like it's really just this optimized flag will scan all the files and build a class map that's already fast. But then if you add this flag, then you make sure that your autoloader will not try to autoload other classes. So if it's stuff it doesn't know about, it will just skip and that's it. It won't go and look at the file system, oh, maybe I have this file somewhere. Like, it will just say, okay, I have this class map and I know all the classes are in there. And if it's not there, it's not my problem. So this, I think, is critical if you have like 10 autoloaders running in process because you have 10 plugins that have each their autoloader. Because otherwise they will go and do a lot of file system checks, and that is slow. If you do have conflicts when trying to update stuff, and it cannot find a solution to your dependencies, usually these why and why not commands are quite helpful, because you can ask it like to show you, hey, why is this installed, or why cannot this be installed, and then it might output it in a way that's easier to understand than the problem resolutions. They are sometimes a bit verbose, and like we've done our best, but it's just sometimes people are extremely confused about this, which I can understand. But yeah, these can help refine it a little bit. Another thing that can really save you from accidental production chaos is to define your platform version. So you have this config platform, and you can do PHP, or you can also define other like PHP extensions and stuff like that you have in there. But I would say that just the PHP version is already extremely useful. So you're saying that regardless of whichever version of PHP I'm running Composer with, this is the version I have in production. And so this is the version that's relevant for the dependencies. Because if I'm running locally with the latest and shiniest on my laptop, I say I have 8.4, but then technically my production is a bit outdated and I'm running 8.1 or 7 something, then I want to make sure that it installs, that it selects versions of libraries that will work with my PHP 7 in production. Yeah, so that will just avoid bad surprises where you get like the latest on your laptop and then you deploy it and suddenly it doesn't quite work. Okay, let's dive into security a little bit. So this concept of software supply chain, I guess you might have heard of it. What does this mean really? I think it depends a little bit of who you're talking to, but technically, like the software supply chain, I guess, would be, you know, from your PHP application, or you have WordPress plugins. You have a bunch of tools you might be using on the side. You have the PHP language, web server, database, some C library that are used to build all of that. The C compiler that is used to build the C language and stuff. Then you have the Linux kernel, and then I guess that's where the software stack ends. Then you go to hardware, but that's still like kind of your supply chain. So it's, you know, depending on how far you want to go there, this can be a lot of things you need to consider when you're talking about security. So here I will kind of stick to the light blue like PHP stuff, but yeah, there's more to it for sure. So what does a supply chain attack look like? You might remember the left pad episode there on the NPM repository. This is a long time ago now, but someone just like deleted their package, and it so happened that it was used everywhere in the node packages. So like everything was indirectly depending on this, and they just went like delete. And then yeah, that was a bad day for the node ecosystem, but it was like 3 lines of code, I think, so it was pretty easy to replace. But, then you have typo squatting, which is like you know, submitting like package names that have a typo in them, so that if someone says like, oh, composer require like this package name, and then you make a typo in it, then instead of getting an error, you'll get something, but it just might not be what you're looking for. And it might have some, I don't know, Bitcoin miner in there, or something that will upload all your secret keys, or yeah. Yeah, Travis, I don't know who remembers Travis CI. It's been a while as well, but they had like public logs of everything, and they're still accessible, and just in there you have a bunch of secret keys as well that got exposed like years ago, and some people just never rotated them, and then you might actually have access still. Yeah, so all these are kind of just examples of, you know, something going bad, not in your code. It's not a security vulnerability in your code directly. It's just in your supply chain. According to Sonatype, there, who's like they're tracking this. You see the trend is not looking great. It's like more and more malicious packages that they find. I'm hoping we don't have that big a problem on packages, but I'm not actually sure. Like it's, you know, we have 400,000 packages, like over that. Like we can't review all this ourselves, right? So I don't know. Like there's for sure some bad stuff out there, but I think that one of the problems is that with AI, it also becomes extremely easy to generate like a bunch of code and README and stuff like that that all looks shiny and convincing, but then the code behind can do whatever it wants, right? So I think you have to become more and more vigilant. How do you mitigate this? You should really like updating dependencies. That's one of the most critical, I think, is like updating, like keeping your software up to date. Auditing your vendors and just making sure you depend on vendors and companies that take this seriously as well, which I think is good because you can offload a lot of the work that way by picking, like, I don't know, a serious hosting company or a serious like library vendor, plugin vendor, whatever. yeah, if you don't have to double check their work all the time, this is a lot of value, I think. And finally, just like defining processes that reduce this risk. So that's again like something like the log file, making sure you depend on that, making sure you build some artifact on your continuous integration servers, for example, that it builds, it runs the tests. You know, if you're good at that point, then you zip that up and keep it for deployment. Like, don't rerun the whole install in production, and then that's one less chance of something going bad, right? Yeah. Now, how do we look at it from the packages perspective? Right now, we have, as you saw in the graph there in the beginning, we store only the metadata. Unfortunately, we cannot really do checksums or signatures for the archives as long as they come from GitHub, because GitHub kind of regenerates those often, or sometimes at least. And so the archives don't look exactly the same. Like, there's some metadata in there in the zip format that changes, like some timestamp and so on. And so that we can't easily sign this. So we're looking at fixing that in the future maybe, but that's how it is right now. On the upside, we ship everything over TLS, and we kind of go to the source of truth, which is GitHub, and directly extract like a zip file of the repository. So I think that gives you a good certainty that what you get is what's in the repo. If you compare it to other things like NPM, where they upload a zip file to publish the package, sometimes like the actual package you install is completely different from what's in the repository, because they built it, and with JavaScript it's fairly common and it makes sense there, but it's just, I find this a bit distressing sometimes when you look at what you have on disk and what you have on GitHub is completely different, and it's like, yeah, it doesn't look very trustworthy sometimes. We also had our own little security events in the past. I had some people register like all dead GitHub accounts that still had packages pointing to them, and then they just register their account, and suddenly the repo is alive again. Like, this package becomes alive again because you have like a repo that's behind it again. This we fix now is just checking the repo IDs on GitHub. So if it's a new ID, we just freeze the package and done. But yeah, so you know, these things happen on our end as well, and we take care of them. If you want to go further than just using packages.org, there are a bunch of options you can use. So that's like using your own repository. You kind of abstract yourself then from packages.org and GitHub. So there are various solutions from various vendors. One of them is myself, Private Packages. That's a product we're selling as well. That does like mirroring, and so you store a copy of everything, so you're safe from people deleting their stuff or modifying it. And you get like all the metadata and the code served from there. So like, if we go back to this graph, with private packages, it looks more like that, where even at the install step, you still go to the same place. But that's, yeah, in a nutshell what it does. I mean, we have a few more features, but about updating dependencies frequently, I think, yeah, just really having a routine of doing this is a really good thing. Because otherwise you fall behind, and the more you fall behind, the more updating becomes a hurdle. So, like, just keeping on top of this is really good. Having alerting as well for vulnerabilities that are published, that makes sense. That's something we do as well. There's a bunch of other vendors that do it too. And even better than just doing it yourself every other week, month, year, is to have it automated. So like in the past, I've used Dependabot, and I was, at least for PHP, really not happy with it because it sometimes tells you, hey, I updated something, and then when you look at the changes it did, actually it updated like completely unrelated stuff. And so we ended up writing our own version of that, which is called Conductor. And since using this the last almost year now, I've found like it's become super transparent to update. Like you just get pull requests where you get a pull request that says, okay, well, I've run this composer update command, and then you see the exact diff of the log file there, and you say, okay. Usually you get like, I mean, this is updating Symfony, which has lots of components, so that looks a bit more dramatic than it is, but most of the time you get a pull request doing like 1 or 2 packages at a time, small updates, and so you just stream them like that all the time. Almost daily you get these pull requests, and you're like, okay, well, CI passed, just merge it and deploy, and if something goes wrong, at least you know, okay, it must be in these 1 or 2 pull requests we merged, so it must be this version of this dependency that caused the problem. Like you narrow down the problem very quickly. While if you do this like massive update of everything once a year, you have no chance. Like if something goes down wrong, you don't know where to start. Yeah, I'll skip that because I'm running out of time. There's a few more features like security-related stuff we added. So audit kind of runs through the dependencies and checks for vulnerabilities. And we also ensured that plugins cannot run unless they're like explicitly allowed, which actually came up recently on some Drupal project, I think. Like someone published some nasty package that had a plugin in it, and then like someone caught it because they were like, hey, why is this asking me to allow a plugin? Because I don't expect this to be a composer plugin. And so that's why they went to look, and they actually found out it had some bad stuff in it. So yeah, I'm glad to see that these efforts are actually paying off. Then just a last quick note about open source funding. You might be familiar with this XKCD. So you also might remember Heartbleed, which was, I checked, I think in 2014 or something, it was released. So it's over 10 years ago now, Heartbleed. It was some SSL vulnerability. And back then, OpenSSL got these $2,000 of donations per year, even though it was really like this. Like it's just everything uses OpenSSL. Like anything doing SSL, TLS on a Linux stack is using this. And $2,000 per year is not a lot to go by. And so after Heartbleed happened, they were like, oh my God, everyone was freaking out. So in 3 days, he got $800, which is, it's a nice increase, but still like, not great. Since then, I'm happy to say like there have been a few bigger developments. We actually got funding from Alpha Omega and or this sovereign tech fund to do a composer and packages audit last year. So they paid for the entire thing for like a security company to audit us, which was great. Like just whole penetration testing, etc. Like there was quite a bunch of money that. So things like that are happening, and it's good. But I think, yeah, it's also everyone's responsibility a little bit. So just keep in mind that it's your supply chain, and you should kind of make sure you're funding it as well. There are a few ways there. Like we have a composer fund command, which lists all the dependencies you have and if they have information about funding. if you do PHP, which you kind of do if you're here, you can look at sponsoring the PHP Foundation, like we sponsor them as well. You can use private packages if you want. If it brings value to you, then I'm glad you get something of value, and it also pays me to work on Composer, but that's just a side effect. And finally, take a look also at this open source pledge. I think this is pretty interesting, just really motivating companies to donate like at least $2,000 per year per full-time employee. That's also something we're doing. Like we're way above the $2,000, I think now. But yeah, we try to give back where we can to the main dependencies that we have, and I hope you can do too. Thank you.
Thank you for the talk. It was really lovely.
Oh, thank you.
So thank you again. And if you've got any questions, you can meet up with Jordi upstairs in the WP Cafe. He'll be there. He can help you with all the stuff which came up in your mind. Otherwise, we've got 15 minutes break, so get some coffee and maybe get back for the Core Web Vitals session. So see you there.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. So, hello everybody, please take your seat and we'll start the next session. It will be about Core Web Vitals, but before I introduce you Sabrina Zaidan, I would like to say that if you like the talk or if you have any thoughts about it, please give us feedback to the speakers. You just go to the schedule, click on the talk you've seen or heard, and then there at the very bottom there is a leave feedback form, so please do it because it helps the speakers to get feedback and as well for organizers. So now let's start with Sabrina Zaidan. She's a performance advocate who teaches optimization techniques to others. Originally, she's from Ukraine, you can guess, but now she lives in Spain. And she's actively contributing to the community as a speaker, volunteer, and organizer. She was organizer of WP Kiev. And there is an interesting fact. She moved to Spain. You would, imagine traditional Spanish house, but she literally moved to middle of nowhere. And she lived in an abandoned house, which she's fixing up. So if you're interested in that part of the story, you can watch the Programmer Off-Grid channel, so she'll guide you through. And now I think it's time to get huge applause for her, and we can dive into the performance. The stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. Hello, WordCamp Europe. My name is Sabrina Zaidan. Yeah, that's on the screen. My name is Sabrina Zaidan. I'm a performance engineer, and my daily work is to improve WordPress websites performance. I used to work for WP Rocket and XWP, who both specialize in performance. For the last 5 years, I work for other WordPress development agencies to improve performance of the websites of their clients as a contractor. I also teach performance to other developers through workshops online and offline. And every time when I teach performance to other developers, I see exactly the same problem. Good, experienced developers feel unconfident when they face performance issues. They try different things, but they get no or insignificant results. And this creates frustration and the stereotype that performance, especially Core Web Vitals, is a mystery, a black box that only the chosen ones can open. But this is absolutely not true. And we are going to demystify this mystery here together today. Thank you for coming to my talk. But before we start, I have an important question to you. Do you guys like detective stories? Yeah? You like detective stories? I like detective stories as well. And I'm going to tell you a detective story first. Tuesday, April 17th, 1994 was a regular day for Katie Holmes. She served breakfast to her son and dropped him at school and went to her regular job that was a bank assistant in the local bank branch. Everything was going as usual up until the doors to the bank opened, and 4 men with guns, wearing gloves and hiding themselves with umbrellas from security cameras, entered the bank. They pushed everyone who was in the bank into the small room and locked them up. Nothing was happening, what seemed like the longest time in the world. And then the door finally opened. It wasn't the robbers, it was the police. Police arrived, but it was too late. The entire robbery took just 7 minutes. They took the cash out and disappeared. So the investigation began. The police detectives, the first thing they did, they looked at security cameras footage. But they didn't see anything useful there, as gloves, masks, umbrellas were hiding everything. So they started to talk with witnesses. And one person said that they saw someone running away from the bank while this all was happening. That seemed like a good lead. So the police looked for that person, they found them, and it turned out that that person had a criminal record. Suspicious, no? Someone with a criminal record is running away from the crime scene. So they investigated it further, and turned out that this person wasn't related to the robbery. They saw what was happening and were running away from the crime scene because with a criminal record they didn't want to be caught there. Well, this thing happens with performance as well. When we have issues with performance, our core web vitals are not passing, we look at the obvious things, images. Are they too large? Are they not lazy loaded? Are they wrong format? Are they not sized to the proper size? Maybe the wrong images are lazy loaded. Is it a good lead? Of course. Can the images be a cause of a problem? Of course they can. These all are very valid suspects. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they are the cause of the problem in this specific case. Well, 2 months passed, back to the robbery. 2 months passed, and the police get another clue. One of the bank employees was living a luxury lifestyle. Expensive cars, expensive clothes, they didn't match their salary. So that looked suspicious, and police suspected the inside job and investigated that person. But turned out that there was nothing interesting there. They just inherited money and were living their best life, and that was it. Nothing again. And with performance as well, sometimes you use a font file that is 300 kilobytes just to display these 2 buttons to open and close mobile menu, but you're loading this entire font file in the wrong format that is blocking the rendering and hurting performance. Possible that this is the reason why the website is suffering with performance, of course, but it's not necessarily the reason for the case that you are investigating. Well, time passed by, and during 1 year nothing was happening, up until in March 1995, the local gang committed the similar armed robbery, and police investigated if this gang could have been related to the previous robbery. So they checked all the members and found nothing again. But this was a good clue as well. It was a good suspect. Same with performance, as you guess. We look at something at our website, CSS or JavaScript. Is JavaScript too heavy? Is it loaded all at once? Is critical JavaScript loaded the last one, rendering the process of loading and making the users wait? That happens, and that can be the reason, but it's not necessarily the reason. Well, back to the robbery. The police didn't have anything else but to review the footage from security cameras again. And this time, it was a little bit different. They noticed something. They had an idea. Everything was still covered, but they saw that the robbers didn't hesitate. They knew every single move. They knew where to go every single minute. They knew perfectly the layout of the place, and that led them to understanding that it was really the inside job, but not bank employees that they already have checked. Who else could it be? Well, it turned out that it was armed car crew that deliver money to the bank. And after 2 years, the case was finally closed. So, what this detective story, it's real by the way, teaches us. Police, in the beginning, had 3 good suspects. Man running from the bank, a bank employee living a luxury lifestyle, and the local gang. Were these good suspects? Was it possible that they committed this crime? Yes, they were the good suspects, just like with performance. Icon fonts, images, CSS, JavaScript, third parties, slow backend, you name it. These all are solid suspects to hurt performance. But the question is not if they are good suspects. The question is, they could be the reason, yeah? The question is, but if they are the reason in this particular case, and here we come to the main problem with performance. Why good developers often fail when they face performance issues. You know, this posts like 10 ways to improve your website performance, or do this to improve LCP, or do this to improve time to first byte, or this is how you improve your backend performance. Good developers read these posts or watch these videos and apply what is there. But they get no or insignificant results regarding to their efforts. Why? Because they apply the remedy before knowing the problem. Sometimes they apply this remedy in very smart ways. They invent cool things along the way. But it doesn't bring them closer to passing core web vitals or improving website performance because the problem wasn't there in the first place. Don't do this. Do not apply the remedy before you know the problem. What we need to do is exactly opposite. We need to identify the problem first and do it very specifically. Then we need to reproduce it in lab, meaning on our computer. Then we need to find the cause of this problem, and only after we can apply the remedy. Only after we can look how to compress the images or how to lazy load it in this specific environment, or how to reduce the size of JavaScript if we passed all these steps and not before. Well, luckily, with Core Web Vitals, it plays. Luckily, with Core Web Vitals, we already have security cameras footage available for us where we can see every single thing that is happening on the website, that is happening on the page during this load. We can see HTML, all assets, CSS, JavaScript, images, all third-party calls, whatever is happening on the website or during this load. We can see thanks to this beautiful tool that is called Waterfall. It shows us every step of the load. It might look overwhelming first because it's a lot of data. But if you really want to stop guessing about performance and start solving the issues that really matter instead of solving the issues where you can just like check the checkbox, I did this. If you want to start solve the issues that really impact performance, you have to learn how to use this beautiful tool. Here today, I'm not going to explain how to do this, and it's not possible. This is what you can Google later, exactly how to read Waterfall. This is in Chrome DevTools, yeah? Instead, I want to give you the algorithm how to think about performance when you are doing this, how to approach it. These things you cannot find on Google. This is an algorithm that I use every time that I work on the performance for the client. It's different from what you have seen before. It will save you a lot of time and nerves. It's a mind map. I will give the QR code in the last slide so you can download it and use it in your work. It consists of 6 steps. I will name these steps first, and then I'll go one by one. So, first step. Does the website have issues with performance at all? Second, which issues does it have? Then, can I reproduce the issues in lab? Then, investigate the main possible cause of each issue. Then, apply fixes. And finally, does the website pass Core Web Vitals assessment? Now, let's start with the first one. Does the website has issues with performance at all? You might be surprised, but how often people fool themselves about having or not having issues with performance, with both. Sometimes they think that they do not have any issues, but they do, and sometimes they think that or the opposite. Well, here are 2 screenshots. I'll give you a few moments to look at them and tell me which screenshot does have problems with performance and which one does not. This page speed insight screenshots, yeah? I know you know, guys. Which one? I can't hear. One or 2? 2, exactly. Number 2 does have issues with performance. While they have similar results, 32, 33 in page speed and sites, it doesn't matter at all. It doesn't matter at all. Because over there we have Core Web Vitals assessment. There it says passed in green, yeah? And here it says Core Web Vitals assessment failed. So this is the main thing that we need to, if there is one thing that you remember from this talk, this is it. This is the main thing we need to understand, that these page speed insights tests, they are, what is page speed insights tests? It's a lab test that makes a snapshot of the URL that you are testing right now with unknown settings that you have no access to and that has no idea what is happening really on your website or what was happening there yesterday or a week ago. In opposite, the Core Web Vitals assessment is the reflection of what real users experience on your website, were experienced on your website, things, during the period of time. So whatever numbers you have here, it doesn't matter at all if you have Core Web Vitals assessment passed. Then we don't have a problem with performance. We can go and relax. But today we're not going to talk about this lovely scenario. We're going to talk about the scenario where you do have a problem with, not you, but the website that you are working on does have issue with performance when Core Web Vitals assessment failed. Okay. All right, so we confirmed, step one, we confirmed that this website does have issues with performance. What we need to do now? Now we need to specify which issues does it have. You've seen this image before. I'll remind really quickly, Core Web Vitals is the set of metrics that Google uses to evaluate the performance of your website. There are three of them, there are three main of them, LCP, CLS, INP. Yeah? LCP, largest contentful paint. This is how fast the website is loaded, how fast the main element on the first screen, the main element meaning the main picture or the main block of text or the main video on the first screen is loaded, how fast. The second one, INP, Introduction to Next Paint. Sounds a little bit complicated, but it's very easy. When you click the mobile menu to open, you know, and sometimes some time passes, like 1 second passes, you click it to open and it responds to you slowly. Or you click the slider and it slides slowly. This is the interaction, the speed, how fast, performance in terms how fast the website, the web page, interacts to your action. And LCP, that might sound confusing as well, cumulative layout shift. But this surely happened to you before. When you open the website, you want to click the navigation menu, for example, but while you are bringing your finger to the screen, something pops up, and instead of navigation menu, you are clicking on some freaking ad. So we hate this, and Google knows that we as users hate this, so LCP exactly to show us when these situations are happening and to avoid these situations. All right, LCP and PCLS. What is very important with Core Web Vitals is to understand that these three metrics are three different things, and we need to work on each one separately. All right, so every time when I work on a performance project, I have a Google spreadsheet, not that lovely as this image, a normal Google spreadsheet, with this structure: device, mobile, desktop, and metrics, LCP, CLS, INP for each one separately. Yeah, and then I put in numbers for each one. Where do we take those numbers? You don't need any fancy tools. You don't need anything special for that. You just go to Google Search Console, and there you have the tab called Core Web Vitals. And there you have these numbers. It will tell you exactly what is not passing on this website, on desktop or on mobile. Is it CLS, INP, or LCP? And with which numbers? So I put that in the table. And very important, there you have the column URLs, which gives you the example of the page where this issue is happening. And it doesn't give you a separate example. It groups the page by their template. So, for example, product page on WooCommerce might have CLS issue, and another template, blog post, will have LCP issue. So different templates will be having different issues, and causes might be very different as well. So you should go there. In the URLs, copy the URL where it's happening to the table as well. And as a result, you have the metrics, the number, and the URL where it's happening. Well, at this point, we really do have something to work on. At this point, we are not saying the website is slow or Core Web Vitals is not passing. No. We know that the website is not passing on mobile, LCP is not passing with these numbers on this URL. This is the beginning, this is the starting point. We can go to the next step. Third, can I reproduce the issues in lab? Our next task is to reproduce the issues in lab, meaning pretend to be a user. If we can replicate the issue, we can investigate it. If we can investigate, we can find the cause. If we can find the cause, we can fix it. There is no other way around. We have to replicate the issue like our users having this issue and feel their pain. Well, how to pretend to be the user and replicate the issue in lab? For this, we have Chrome Devs Tools. It's all done there. You open it in Chrome, the URL that you copied, that has issue, you open it in incognito mode, you open Chrome Dev Tools. Then you have to set in VPN the location that your users have. If you are here and your users are in United States, you have to set VPN to the location of your users. How to know from where the majority of users are coming from? It's from Google Analytics, right? Then you have to choose the device that your user have. If you have access in Google Analytics or other analytics system to the most usable device for this website specifically, beautiful if you can use it. If no, at least you can set mobile device. I usually set my iPhone 12 if I don't know the device. Then we need, one sec, use a device, use a connection, use a connection. Your connection to the internet might be very different from the average connection of the user. So you need to pretend to be a user there as well. Again, if you have this information in Google Analytics or other analytics system, beautiful. If no, set standard. For mobile, it's fast. For G, for desktop, it's 5 megabits cable for testing. And you also can throttle there not only the connection, but also the CPU, because your CPU of your device, of your computer, is very, very different from average CPU of mobile phone. So, for example, to handle the operations, mobile phone of the real users will require much more time than you on your computer. Throttle there the CPU usage as well to get close to the user experience. Our goal here is to replicate the issue that users are having. And in the end, so every time when I do this, when I replicate the issue, I make the video that I am able to replicate it for the later use. And also I note the conditions under which I am able to replicate the issue, because in 1 week I won't be remembering this. And add it as well in the table. Then, so if we are not able to replicate, if by following these steps you are not able to replicate the issue, what to do? You have to try until you can do it. You just cannot go to the next step before replicating the issue really. Here are 3 things that might help if you're not able to replicate it like this. 1, throttle more, throttle the internet speed more, throttle the CPU more. Second, TrowSH. This is a free site speed test that has a lot of information about Core Web Vitals in regards of countries. You can, if you're working on an international website, it's very, very, very convenient. It gives you information, for example, for LCP in Switzerland and LCP versus LCP in France versus LCP in United States. And you can see this like historic data as well. This is super useful for such cases. And then webpagetest.org. It's a lab test as well. just like Chrome DevTools. But it has a lot of options that you can tune, not only device connection and location of the user, but a lot more things that you can tune to really replicate the user experience. So use these 3 tools to replicate the user's experience. And in the end, when you manage to do this, add the recordings to the table. Then, after in the end, we are having issue, number, URL where it's happening. We have recording, and we have the condition under which we're able to replicate it. Yeah. Now, we have to investigate the main possible cause for this issue to happen. This is where you have to Google how to read waterfall. Yeah. It might take hours to study that, but at this point, you know the issue, you see the waterfall. Now you have to ask yourself one question. Among the all evidence that I have now, what is the main possible cause that might be causing this issue? You know, every website will have a lot of issues on a lot of pages. You don't need and you don't have time to fix them all. You need to determine the issue very precisely, and then while solving it, you need to identify one main suspect that you want to resolve. First, it might be difficult. I understand that it might be difficult, especially if you're doing it for the first time, it might be difficult to identify one. I allow you to identify 3, but not 23. And when you have this 1 or 3, you add that to the table as well. 3 possible main issues, and you resolve them, only them. After doing this numerous times, you will have what might be called intuition, but in fact it's just all the experience that you had before. When you look at the waterfall, you look at the website, and you know exactly that this is the main guy. I have to resolve this one, and when this one is resolved, maybe there will be something else, but this is the main guy. So we did exactly what we needed to do. We specified the issue, we reproduced it on our computer, we have the main solid suspect identified, and only now, only on this stage, we can apply the remedy. We can really work on optimizing video or JavaScript or images or whatever is needed to be optimized to solve this specific issue in these conditions. Now, to apply the issues, I always apply the fixes. I always apply fixes in this order: LCP first, then INP, and then CLS. Why? Because INP and CLS oftentimes are not standalone issues. They are connected to LCP, and if you resolve LCP, you might be lucky, and INP and CLS might resolve themselves without any further help. But if no, the next one, resolve INP. And the last one, CLS. Why? Because while resolving LCP and INP, the layout and the order, while the resources, the order in which resources will be loaded will change significantly, and it will be absolutely different environment now. You might have the cause of LCP absolutely in different place. That's why LCP should go the last one. And in the end, the last step, does the website pass Core Web Vitals assessment now? So you have to test under the same exact conditions in which you identified the issue before, in the lab, again in Chrome DevTools, and see if the website passes Core Web Vitals now under the same condition. If no, you have to return to step number 4 and ask yourself again, among all the possible evidence, among all evidence that I have, what is the most possible reason now not to be passing? And this way, you have to hunt low-hanging fruits. You have to go from big issue to smaller one and to smaller one, instead of trying to solve 20 of small issues. So if no, we are going back to step number 4 and repeating the process. And at some point after repeating this process, you will test and Core Web Vitals will be passing. In this case, we can go have a beer. If we are passing the Core Web Vitals assessment in the lab under the same conditions, we have all the right to expect that Core Web Vitals will be fixed for real users as well. But as it's collected during a period of time, this is a real user experience that is collected during the time, 28 days period normally. It needs time to be updated. So it depends on the traffic on the website. So shortly after, if you have good results in the lab, shortly after you will see the results in real world for real users in your Core Web Vitals. Well, this is it. Thank you for your interest to performance. You can download this algorithm following this link. I wish you good luck with your projects. I will be available in WP Cafe. If you would like to talk about performance, I'm always eager to. Cheers. Thank you, Carolina.
Thank you for such a great talk.
Thanks. Thank you. That's
So,
lovely.
thanks once again. If you've got any questions, Sabrina will be up there in WP Cafe. Otherwise, I'm pleased to tell you that the swag is available right now at the registration. So if you want to get your t-shirt, might be a good time. Otherwise, walk around a little bit, get some water, and then you can be back for diving into the core WordPress development and how it works behind the scenes. So, hello everyone. If you want to join the next talk, please take a seat. We're going to talk about core, WordPress core, and dive deeply so you understand how it works under the hood. Otherwise, if you want to do something else, for example, talk and network, please go outside. So, we have really dear guest. It's Jonathan DeRoses. He's a long-time committer in core, and I mean long time, 12 years, just imagine that. He knows it inside out, and he maintains multiple core components. He was a tech lead for 6.8 release, and he's sponsored by Bluehost in Five for the Future. So let's have a look at how does it work under the hood and what can change, what can happen if you change one line and it affects million people or million installs. So please walk us in. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Test? You get me? Okay. Software can change lives, often in unanticipated ways. This is especially true with open source software. If you attended the keynote this morning by Noel, you saw him illustrate this in remarkable ways through his firsthand experience in Ukraine. Open source can provide a creative outlet. It can empower you to transform your career, access jobs you previously could not. It can give you mentorship, a sense of belonging, help you start a business, or help others. Currently, WordPress is used by 61% of all websites using a known CMS. This is 43.5% of all websites. Businesses, doctors, banks, governments, individuals, nonprofits. Shipping stable and reliable, effective software across an infinite number of use cases is no small task. Making decisions on behalf of every user of the software is both a burden and a privilege. With all this in mind, sometimes committing code to core can feel like this. But there are decision-making frameworks in place that help us maintaining the software to ensure we're always making the best decisions we can. We should all seek to understand how any piece of software that we rely on is maintained and evaluates change. So let's take a look. To start, let's talk about what a core committer is. A core committer is a trusted person that has been granted write access to the WordPress canonical code base. They're responsible for keeping the project on task in some ways, ensuring the philosophies are followed. They're leaders and mentors for other contributors. And they deeply consider all of the possible ramifications of given changes, even the small ones. Sometimes the smallest ones have the biggest impacts. So in the 22-year history of the project, there have been 110 people who have committed at least once. 89 of those have committed in the last 10 years, and 55 have committed in the last 2 years. 23 of those have maintained a once per commit average volume over the last 24 months. When I talk about this committers in this talk, I'm really only talking about the Subversion repository that has the source code that is bundled and shipped to everyone that runs WordPress. The concept of committing to the Gutenberg plugin, which is also core, is slightly different and has slightly different methodology, and I'll explain that a little bit later. But everything I talk about in this talk applies to everyone in the project, regardless of where they're maintaining code, whether they're maintaining their own code, they should be considering these things, and whether the project is official or not. I also wanted to take a minute to say that committers are not the same thing as a maintainer. While component maintainers is often, being a component maintainer is often a first step towards committership, they're not always the same. It's common for committers to remain as component maintainers after receiving commit, because component maintainers have deep knowledge in specific areas that they feel passionately about. This heavily overlaps with some of the requirements for being offered commit access. There's currently 65 unique component maintainers across 43 components and 20 subcomponents in core. And 37 of those, roughly 57%, have commit access. This is really great to see, and I was actually surprised at how even it was. It's always good to have a healthy balance of committers and non-committers in any specific group in the project. It helps expose people to mentorship and learning opportunities. It exposes them to new knowledge, ways of learning how decisions are made, like I'm going to talk about here. I often think that component maintainership is quite a bit different nowadays as it was maybe 10 years ago. I personally think we need to revisit this concept in the context of how we maintain WordPress today, but that's a different talk for another blog post or WordCamp. So how are the changes to WordPress actually made? There's a few main kinds of changes that are usually made to the project. They're bug fixes, feature requests or enhancements, and tasks. Most of them will start off as a ticket on our bug tracking software, Track. The creation of a ticket in Track I'm really fond of because it focuses on outlining a specific problem and not so much proposing a solution. If any additional details are cleared or any clarifications are needed, the contributors will discuss this in the comments or on Slack or other areas where conversations happen. The solutions can then be created from the results of these discussions and proposed through patches that are attached to the ticket or GitHub pull requests that are linked to the original tickets. After enough testing occurs and a consensus is reached, a final review is performed by a core committer who's interested in Enable. If the proposed changes are deemed valid and necessary and not harmful, they are committed and the ticket can be closed. And that change will be included in the next release of WordPress. Another example of a way that a change can happen in WordPress core is through feature and enhancement requests. And so sometimes these do start off as tickets, but not always. There's a lot more, many more ways that this can happen. Oftentimes, it's a what-if blog post on a personal website or an officially announced initiative. Sometimes they're community-maintained plugins. The performance team is a good example of this. They have a canonical plugin that's a framework, but then they also have specific plugins that address performance bottlenecks, add support for new technologies, and these are developed on their own schedule outside of the normal WordPress release cycle. Adding support for modern image formats like WebP is an example of this. It started as one of these and eventually was merged into core and shipped to the world. Another example in that team is the speculation browser API that we shipped in 6.8. We didn't ship the API itself, but rather a sane default configuration that the browser will use to take advantage of this speculation API, which attempts to anticipate where the user will navigate to next and preload that to make their experience much faster. This feature took over 7 months of iteration to refine their approach and address all of the feedback. But once that was done, a ticket was opened on Track, outlining the problems and suggesting that the core may be ready for WordPress core. After discussion happened, everyone's concerns were addressed, and it was merged and shipped in WordPress 6.8. The block editor uses another unique workflow for merging the source code changes for the block editor into the WordPress canonical repository. Gutenberg serves, in some ways, as a long-running feature plugin. Changes are constantly being made to address bugs and introduce new features, even to try new experiments that maybe eventually are removed. A new version of the plugin is released to over 300,000 active installs every 2 weeks, and much of the code in the editor is in the form of NPM packages. When these updates are released for the plugin, the NPM package updates are published, and when they're ready, the core SVN repository updates the dependency manifest to include these new versions in the bundled software. As you can see, there's no one uniform process for how specific changes and suggestions are made in the project. Good ideas can come from anywhere. Over the project's history, feature ideas have come from both first-time and long-time contributors and every level of experience in between. So process aside, how do we evaluate the quality of these ideas in the context of proposed changes to WordPress? It's important to always evaluate these ideas themselves and never identities of the people proposing them. This ensures that the best ideas will always rise to the top. So while only committers can actually change the code, often they're simply just the final set of eyes. Change can sometimes be driven by project leadership. This was true in the case of the Gutenberg project and Matt setting the vision of a new era of WordPress built around a concept of blocks. But the majority of changes are made to WordPress and are driven by the community itself. Feedback loops with users, developers, plugin and theme authors, consensus building among any affected groups. testing, documentation, prototypes, and experiments. This is a long-standing premise in open source that underscores the value of active engagement in open source. The health of a project improves when decisions are transparent and inclusive. The more viewpoints, the better, and the more well-rounded your software will be. But showing up matters. By participating in discussions, contributing to code, submitting bug reports or feature requests, providing feedback, any individual can influence the decision or the direction of the project. But be aware, with presence comes some responsibility. Showing up, for example, means you need to be prepared. You need to do your research and actively listen. You need to be thoughtful in how you respond and your proposals that you author. In my experience, this premise largely holds true, but there are some practical limits. For example, your presence grants you a voice, but not necessarily a vote. As opposed to decisions being made by those who show up, which is a do-ocracy concept, commit access is meritocratic and is only granted after a consistent track record of valuable high-quality contributions, long-term trust engagement, and earning the respect of your peers. Those with commit access, though, must always remember that not everyone can show up equally. There's time zones, there's language barriers, there's personal responsibilities, and even economic circumstances that will vary wildly from our global project, the people involved. And no one should ever be marginalized by a lack of opportunity to show up. There should be several different ways for them to do so, and we should be listening in all the ways that we can. I mentioned earlier about building consensus, and this is one of the most important jobs that core committers do, and it's often not obvious. Collecting feedback and determining what the best solution actually is for the largest amount of people. But perfect consensus is actually very rare. So rare that when it does occur, it's sometimes very suspicious. What are we actually missing here? For more complex changes, consensus should be clear and explicit, with someone proposing and leading a discussion to reach that consensus. For smaller, uncontroversial ones, it's often implicit. For example, when a committer spots a straightforward bug and they type a one-line fix, two-character change, and they fix it themselves without getting feedback, they're proposing a consensus by making that commit. By fixing this bug, I'm assuming that we all agree this bug should be fixed, and this is probably the right way to do it. Consensus, in some ways, just means that it's an agreement that everyone is willing to live with. If one contradicts a proposed consensus, whether implicit or explicit, then discussion should continue. For those implicit consensus situations, if someone speaks out about an incorrect change for some reason, then discussion can be had at that point, and if necessary, version control allows us to just revert that change simply. Throughout all this, we need to be mindful of that fact that perfect consensus is very rare. But healthy disagreement is expected, and that's actually a sign of care and engagement from your community. This is one of the most valuable qualities that you'll find in effective contributors to open source. It's oftentimes we think differently than other people, and we will not always agree. But even if we don't fully agree, we have to be able to state our objections, but then continue by supporting the consensus publicly and moving forward for the sake of the project. Endlessly rehashing can also contribute to burnout, and it wastes everybody's time, and it's just not a good time. So be able to disagree and commit and move forward. Just as anyone can show up, anyone can create a patch. But that is truly the easy part, even for patches containing thousands of lines. It's much harder to demonstrate a complete understanding of what the root problem actually is, what the motivations are, what alternative solutions you explored in depth. The best ideas are well-scoped and practical, rooted in real user problems, maintainable and testable, and compatible with the project's philosophies. Good rationale is backed with evidence, context, and potential impact. It avoids speculation, and it adheres to the 80-20 philosophy. We always want to ship features that improve the software for the overwhelming majority of our users. Rationale must always go beyond personal preference or novelty. We shouldn't be doing things just because another project did it, or it's a new, shiny, interesting technology. And we should always be asking why rather than why not. So to take a real-world example here, let's talk about the XML sitemap that was added in WordPress 5.5. So as of 5.5, every site now has a WordPress basic sitemap by default. The rationale for this change was that sitemaps use a consistent de facto standard that's supported and embraced by multiple major search engines, which speaks to its maintainability. 4 out of the top 15 plugins on the WordPress directory at the time shipped their own implementation of an XML sitemap. This demonstrated demand. Every site should have an equal opportunity to be evaluated and discovered. This lends to the mission of the project, which is to democratize publishing. It was implemented with sane yet comprehensive defaults. The homepage and all registered post types and taxonomies were included by default. It's automatically referenced in the robots.txt file. It introduced no new user-facing components, but it can be controlled through a pre-existing search engine visibility setting. Site owners can choose to customize it through plugins or themes and add or take things out. And it's enabled for everyone by default. We as a project believe that great software should come with very minimal setup required. This is seen also in our 5-minute install, which may be 6, maybe 4 now. I haven't timed in a while. Many end users of WordPress are also not technically minded. They don't know or care what the XML schema for the sitemap protocol is. These are the users we designed the software for. They are the ones that spend the most time using it. The feature should also just work without a confusing set of options requiring the user to check all the boxes for the content types they want to include in their sitemap. In this scenario, the only way to truly interact with this feature within the dashboard is through a single pre-existing setting that asks the user to make one decision. Should my site be visible to search engines? The code will appropriately handle the rest behind the scenes based on that user's choice. WordPress core strives to provide a solid array of basic features. And I mentioned the 80-20 rule earlier. But if we're shipping features that a majority of users immediately want to turn off, we've probably made a mistake or implemented them in the wrong way. The WordPress plugin ecosystem is vast, and the remaining 20% of those users can usually still customize their installation to their specific needs. The sitemap feature provides a simple, straightforward API with base functionality. However, it also allows for complex implementations with the use of plugins or themes through WordPress's hooks API. Excuse me. There's a rule of thumb in internet culture that the number of people who create content on the internet represents approximately 1% of the people actually viewing that content. It's very important to listen to those who show up to provide feedback, request changes. And their voice and opinions, it's important to remember their voices and opinions only represent a small fraction of our mostly silent user base. As a community, we should contemplate how to better engage these users who are not yet vocal. After all, each and every interaction with a user is an opportunity to get a new volunteer. Supporting democratic publishing for all means not limiting the reach of someone's voice just because they don't understand what a sitemap is, what to include in one, how to best accomplish this technically, or have the means to hire someone that does. These are specific philosophies that were applied to this sitemap feature. But what are some others that did not directly apply or factor into this decision? Oftentimes, doing nothing is just the right thing. Not every proposal deserves to be implemented, even when it seems good. This can sometimes be frustrating, especially for people who have a specific feature that they really want implemented, but not everything will fit into the current long-term goals of the project. Poor rationale, lack of clarity, no compelling use cases, stability, backwards compatibility, and stable software is also a feature. So anything that risks that will possibly be said no. But again, that does not mean never. It means come back. We should always outline why we're saying no and what would need to change to be reconsidered. And likewise, sometimes being told no is a blessing in some ways because you can also make a plugin instead. For example, we have the concept of feature or canonical plugins. And there are benefits to this because you're releasing updates and changes to your code is not bound to the core release cycles. You can typically iterate much faster. There are ways to encourage more testing and feedback. And while backwards compatibility is still important, it's not as steadfast a policy in the same way it would be for anything we ship within core. When participating in an open source project, you don't have to respond to everything. It sometimes feels that way, but there are more threads than any of us can ever keep track of by a large factor. Many messages don't even require a response, especially when someone is likely to have said what you would have said anyway. Responses should be motivated by a definite purpose, such as a specific outcome that you're trying to accomplish. However, there can also be costs to inaction, whether that means a change is not committed or a response is not provided. For example, there could be a lack of clarity, or it could seem like the project has stalled in some ways. Postponing necessary fixes can make the problem harder in the future to resolve. You risk losing momentum, and you can also miss sensitive time windows for opportunity. For example, maybe we're trying to add support for the next version of PHP before it gets released. If we wait too long and we're too picky about how we implement certain things, they may not have support for that on day one of that being released. Unless the project is retired or abandoned or archived, the need to continuously make decisions will always be present. The reality is we have to draw a line somewhere at some point. In the case of WordPress core, this comes in the form of the release cycle and code freezes. One advantage to being disciplined with schedules and timelines is that it can also help reduce the impact of saying no. Saying no is easier when timelines are clear and strictly enforced. The cycles are regular and predictable. It relieves pressure to merge something just because we won't know when we have another chance. But if we follow these schedules and stick to our deadlines, then there will be another opportunity soon. This helps maintainers and committers focus on shipping only what's ready instead of managing unrealistic expectations. There's always, this is ready, let's get this in last minute, and so if we stick to these, it's much easier to say, let's just wait for the next release. But also, when someone cares deeply enough about a feature to invest their time and energy into a proposed change, frustrated, angry, and resentful is separated by a very fine line from encouraged, understanding, and motivated. As maintainers, it should be our highest priority when saying no to communicate clearly and transparently. What factors are considered and how do they contribute to the no? What aspects of the change look reasonable and acceptable? And where is the rationale weak or unclear? Also, you could provide guidance around when they should expect to be reconsidered. The best signal that something should be reconsidered is the presence of new, clarified, or strengthened rationale. Maintainers should always be willing to change their mind as often as necessary, but they should be confident in their conclusions and how they reach them and stand by them. This is also known as strong opinions loosely held. One of the most important parts of any decision-making framework is evaluating cost. But this does not necessarily mean monetary cost. What is the cost to maintain a given feature for a change over time? What complexities does this introduce to users? What is the cost of that friction and how we interact with the software? Will this introduce new problems down the road? There will always be unknown or even unrealized costs, but making sure we document and investigate as many costs that are obvious as possible helps ensure we make sound decisions with the information we have available to us. Time and resources are also not finite, not infinite. Every feature merge is technically a vote against another feature that may have taken its place. The time to review, test, document, support, commit, ship, all of those are subtracting time from something else in some other way. This is known as opportunity cost. A good way to gauge opportunity cost is to start by asking, does this delay other work that is more important? In some situations, a no can be given solely because of an exceptionally high opportunity cost. Perhaps there is a time-sensitive initiative that requires an increased level of focus and resources. Within the project, a good example of this is the time leading up to 5.0 and the initial launch of the block editor. During that time, there was an extraordinarily high opportunity cost associated with anything unrelated to the block editor. It was very important that as many contributors as possible were focused on this objective, so it didn't take 15 years to accomplish. Many changes during this time received a no in large part because of that exceptionally high cost and the amount of resources it would have drawn away from the Gutenberg initiative. Code should always be presumed harmful until justified. Even when one character or line changes, the amount of risk is non-zero. Stability, as I said, is also a feature, and backwards compatibility is a sacred pact with the users of the software that has helped WordPress to grow to over 43% of the web. What are the risks for any regressions? What are the impacts on existing users, plugins, and themes? What is the risk of maintaining this change long term? For example, does more than one person understand what's going on in this change? What if they moved on from the project? How would we document this to avoid that from having a long-term cost and risk? In many cases, our commitment to backward compatibility is a sharp tool in our toolbox for limiting the risk of breaking sites. There's a safe baseline to evaluate against. Will this break something that worked before? It discourages reckless refactoring, encourages incremental changes, and ensures a wide range of real-world coverage. When plugins and themes depend on a past behavior, regressions can usually be caught earlier than and more easily. In some ways, backwards compatibility can also help limit the downstream costs. For example, implementing a change in a backward compatible way can potentially result in fewer support tickets, less documentation churn, and less developer frustration. Does anybody know what this is? Yes. Okay. There used to be a series on YouTube from a blender company called Will It Blend, and they would take things like iPads and iPhones and toasters, and they would put them in their blender, and they would say, does it blend? And basically, it was a really good blender. I'll spoil it for you. But there's a similar game that I like to play here when I evaluate changes, and it's will this break WordPress.org. So WordPress.org runs the latest commit to WordPress as much as possible. So testing on trunk or the nightly builds is something that you also can do very easily, and you should do. Testing early helps reduce the negative impact of these changes later. It helps you become a part of the solution and not part of the surprise on release day when your plugins and products and sites break with the new release. Spotting problems during early testing can also be a low-friction way to show up. You can have positive influence over the quality of the next version of the WordPress software. There's also a second, more fun version of this game that we play as well. Will it break Matt's site? So this is a badge of honor in some ways because you've likely discovered something that's very old or not well known in the code base. But this example speaks to WordPress being used in tons and tons of different ways. For example, maybe there's a browser that's running WordPress within your refrigerator, or you have a Raspberry Pi that's running WordPress to control your lights. We can't possibly predict every way that WordPress is being used in the wild. But despite these use cases being obscure, the impact of every change should be considered for as many use cases as possible. When something is committed, that committer is taking on a lot of extra responsibility. In some ways, they now own that change and any resulting test failures, bugs, features, or even security issues that follow it. They must be willing to stand behind that change and until there's new rationale presented that says otherwise. The code you commit is, in a way, a part of you. Sometimes delegating something is also a better course of action than doing it yourself, even though you could do it faster or better. This helps contributors feel that they are recognized and that they are trusted to do certain tasks. It encourages initiative, results in more contributors feeling empowered and taking on more things to help the project. Everyone here can be a steward for our community in some way. These are the foundations and philosophies that have helped WordPress grow to an over 43% market share. But no individual contributor to the project is perfect. We can all stray from these at times. These guiding principles can be interpreted in different ways by different people. But let's all reflect on the decision-making frameworks that we use in our daily lives. Are they clearly defined? Are we following them to the best of our abilities? Are we learning from our mistakes? Can our time and effort have a greater impact? How can we better focus our work around the needs of our users? Are we upholding the 4 core freedoms of the GPL? But most importantly, let's not lose sight of our mission to democratize publishing together, because our community and our software changes lives. Thank you.
Thank you again for a great talk.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure having you here. If you get a question, he'll be up there in WP Cafe. And if you make up your mind and you want to become a core committer or learn more or whatsoever, get involved, you'll find him in the Bluehost booth. Am I right?
Yep. Another great way to get involved is joining the WordPress Slack. And if you go to make.wordpress.org, there's a meeting schedule, and there's a new committer meeting every 2 weeks. No, new contributor meeting, yes. But maybe, being a contributor, you'll become a committer.
Yeah. So thanks, everyone. Now we have the last pack-off session. It will be lightning talks. So maybe you want to grab a coffee or get a new T-shirt, the one you get as swag, so you can find it at registration. And don't forget, rate his talk. So see you later. So, hello everybody. I'm really glad that you've joined us for last 3 talks. There will be lightning talks, so the format is like 10 minutes, you clap, we change a speaker, 10 minutes, you clap, 10 minutes, clap, and then they will be available upstairs in WP Cafe. So please take a seat, and let's welcome our first speaker, is Miriam Roskind. And except being part of Elementor, as you can hear and see, she's a gourmet enthusiast, and so you can watch her Instagram and get some recipes, or maybe she'll teach you how to make a really alcoholic cocktail. But otherwise, she'll speak about quality assurance. I think it's related, you know. So, stage is yours, and enjoy.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Miriam from Elementor, as you may have heard. But in case you're wondering, I'm not the Miriam you're thinking of. I'm the other one, and I get that a lot. In my job as project manager at Elementor, I collaborate with CTO and engineering teams to ensure project success, quality, and clear communication. And this is my first time speaking, so bear with me. I'm very excited to be here. So thankfully, it was a pretty smooth flight getting here. I traveled from Israel, so not too far away, but I always have this constant anxiety about flights and making sure that I have everything I need. Do you remember what it was like to fly years ago, making sure that you had all of your papers printed before you went, hoping you didn't forget anything? Things are so simple now. You have your phone with all of your documents, even your boarding pass. It's almost like magic. On that note, let's talk about quality. Quality in software is when users never have to think about how things work because they just work, like magic. After more than a decade of working in quality assurance, or QA for short, I'll always believe that having a dedicated quality team or person is a top priority. That being said, it doesn't replace the need or importance of having a quality-first company. I see that a lot at Elementor. I've been a contributor on numerous different teams, and it doesn't matter if someone is a developer in marketing or anything in between, they can all contribute to quality, and therefore to the success of a new product. And it's really a key factor. Believing that quality is your responsibility and that you have what to contribute is what makes a difference, even if it's not part of your job title. When it comes to creating a new plugin or improving an existing product, hiring a QA specialist is the easy part, or as we all know, as easy as hiring anybody good is. Many testers feel that QA is a way of life, and you can only really call yourself a great tester if you're the type of person who, in your personal life, you also reflect that same insane drive for quality, attention to detail, and ability to nitpick at all of the tiny, unimportant, and extremely annoying things, according to my family, that nobody else cares about or notices. You know, like the multi-tab Excel spreadsheet that accompanies every single family dinner on the weekend in my house, or possibly the cleaning guide and checklist that I may or may not have created for the kids for doing their household chores. But you don't need to be a QA specialist to make your product better. Quality is everybody's job. And if you don't have the resources to hire a quality engineer, you at the very least need to be open to the idea that there's still a lot you can do on your own, whether you're a developer, a designer, a product person, or really anyone else involved in creating something that you're about to share with the world. I know that from my perspective, one of the most terrifying things is when a deploy button is pressed, you kind of hold your breath, wait for the updated version to be released and start being used, kind of waiting for the axe to fall. Not because you think your developer didn't write good code, or that your product person didn't think about all the different screen sizes or permutations, or even that your own testing wasn't good enough. You all do what you need to do in the best way that you can. But you're always sure that there's something you didn't catch, a user scenario you didn't think of, some weird configuration that makes the user's device implode just because you didn't think of it first. I remember once I was working on mobile testing of a video messaging application, and the development team was kind of known for not testing their code very well, or at all. I spent so much time testing version 2.0 of the app and not approving its release because of the bugs that I found, that by the time I finished testing version 2.0, version 3.0 with all of its features was ready first, and 2.0 was left dead in the water. But what's unfortunately more common is under-testing, or dare I say it, not testing at all. I've seen scenarios where the product team was so eager to release a fix for just one tiny thing that's not going to affect anything that they pushed the dev team to deploy it while the QA person wasn't available because it didn't really matter. And they ended up taking down the main functionality of the app on production for half a day before they were able to revert it. I think these are things that we're all afraid of in one way or another. Not only do we want to ensure that we're constantly providing users, paid or otherwise, with the best experience possible, but we also want to make sure that we keep deploying at a reasonable pace while preserving our brand and reputation. So, down to brass tacks. Now that we're done with theory, in the remainder of our time, let's talk about practice. How do you, as a developer, product person, designer, one-man or woman show, or really insert any job title here, how do you look at your product and figure out, what do I need to test? What buttons do I need to push? How do I prevent terrible things from happening? How do you do the best QA that you can do without being a professional QA person? So, when testing your product, the first thing to remember is you want to put yourself in your user's shoes. You know nothing about the product and how they're going to approach it. Testing with empathy is what's going to improve the level of your testing and the overall quality of the product that you're putting out there. You don't know what happens if you click the button twice in rapid succession. You don't know what the screen is supposed to look like after login. You don't know how the product is supposed to respond when the screen goes to sleep while you're in the middle of waiting for an action to complete. Whether or not you're intimately familiar with the ins and outs of your product, you have to try and figure out how to use it the way your user would. So, if you're testing a WordPress plugin, that means create a zip file installation package. Go ahead and create a test site, spin up a staging environment, distance yourself from your product, and treat it like something that you just downloaded off the repository, not something that you personally built. And freehand testing is a good start, but it's not enough. It's easy to just sit down and start playing around with the plugin. You're sure to find bugs that way, no question. But if you really want to put on the QA hat, you need to be methodical, and that starts with preparation. So the first thing you want to do is break down your product into areas. Some people break it down by functionality. So if, for example, we created a form plugin, so you might have create form, edit form, submit form, etc. Others like to break it down by UI, where you think of the different screens on your application: launch screen, login screen, form table, and so on. Both approaches work, don't get me wrong. But personally, I like to do a mix of both. I create a list of screens, and within each screen, a subsection of the different functions and UI considerations for that screen. That way, you don't miss basic functionality or skip over simple UI screens like, say, a success pop-up, which is just as important. Using our imaginary form plugin, it might look like this. Now, this basic initial list gives you a clear structure to test methodically. You know what screens exist, what actions happen on each of those screens, and that way you don't skip important scenarios. It's easy to get lost in what you're testing if you don't start with preparation. So one of the best ways to set yourself up for success is to create reusable tools for yourself, simple checklists, and basic test plans. A checklist to follow for each release, making sure that you're covering basic functionality for your form plugin, might look something like install plugin, activate plugin, confirm no site errors, check settings page, create a form, submit a form, etc. Nothing fancy. A bullet point list in a Google Doc can be enough. The point is, you're not relying on memory. You're giving yourself a roadmap, an outline that you can continue to use and update with each new release as well. You'll catch regressions early, and you'll make your testing process something that you can improve over time. And if you're working in a team, even a small one, lists like this make it easier to share quality ownership with others as well. The fact is, you don't need fancy tools. You just need good habits. And speaking of habits, the best development teams that I've worked with, it's not that they had the best developers, the fanciest tools, or even the biggest budgets. It's that everyone there cared about quality. The developers tested their own work before handing it off. They owned their features, their fixes, and their bugs. They caught obvious issues early on, which made the whole team move faster. QA specialists could then focus on the harder edge case testing, product managers could make faster decisions, and users, well, users just got a better overall experience. When you build a quality-centric team, you're not just making fewer mistakes, you're building trust, both between the teammates and between your product and the people that are using it. Now, if you're wondering where to start, try testing a plugin you didn't build. Look at your website as a first-time visitor. Use a browser that you don't normally use. Ask someone new to try your product and share feedback. The thing is, if you're really serious, you can also reach out to a freelance QA specialist. It doesn't even have to be full-time. A little outside help can make a huge difference. A QA specialist with experience can take a look at your product. They can help you figure out an initial test plan or even understand how to break your product down in the best way possible. But ultimately, you don't need to wait for permission. You don't need a new job title. You don't need to become a QA person just to care about quality. Quality is a mindset. It's about asking questions, thinking like your users, and taking ownership of what you put out in the world. The fact is that it's not about being perfect. It's just about getting a little bit better every single time. Thank you.
So thank you, Miriam. It was a blast.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you can be proud of yourself. So please take a little swimming
Thank you very
gift,
much.
and we'll hand back the mic. If you want to leave, you can, but I would be really happy if you stay for 2 more lightning sessions. The next speaker is Robert Auroch. He's been working with WordPress for 20 years, and the last 10 years he spent at the Human Made, right? And he's generalist with focus on FSE and blogs. And if he's not building patterns out of blogs, he makes patterns for origami. So, Robert, the stage is yours, and please help us out if we need to build a custom blog for every feature or not.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
So welcome him with applause.
All right, well, thanks for the welcome. I'm a bit more nervous than I thought I'd be. This QR code will come up at the end again. It's references to links and things that I mentioned during the talk. So why is this even a question? It helps to start by taking a look at the current landscape where we are now. If I search for blocks in the plugin repository, over 8,000 results, which is amazing. And the top result, Spectre, over 1 million installs, incredible, like hard to argue with that. And I'm not here to disparage any plugins or the way or the hard work that's gone into them. There's very good reason why they do things the way they do. We've done things exactly the same way in the past. I want to talk about, well, I'll get to that. So there's tons of blocks that you get when you install something like Spectre or any of those other libraries. And you can see things that don't ship with core, maps, animations. This makes sense as a custom block. I want to talk about what WP does give you out of the box. So here we can see there are blocks that are duplicating things that core does. So groups, headings, containers, images, buttons. And yeah, to be fair, they're better. They have more features. So when Gutenberg first arrived in 2018, it was a lot harder to work with. There was less ways to modify it and filter it the way we're used to with WordPress. So 7 years on, there's now more options, more ways of doing things. And there are reasons why I think it's good to avoid trying to combine everything into a single or like custom blocks. One reason, it can be confusing for users if there's like, which heading block do I use? You get different types of UI for doing the same thing in that little sidebar that we've got. You might end up with some vendor lock-in if you're using a particular tool. Makes migrations a bit harder. We don't know if it'll support theme JSON properly if you change theme or update settings. Will the blocks work with other plugins, third-party tools that you might use? And will, well, this is my main bugbear, is unnecessary work. I don't like reinventing the wheel. I like to work smart, not hard. So here are some examples of how you can do it differently. So block visibility by Nick Diego, we saw before. Simple controls, for example, for like whether to show this on desktop or mobile. Spectra Blocks has that, but just for the Spectra Blocks, this adds this kind of functionality for every block. Again, animations for blocks by ScarDev is a good example. You can add this for any block. So we should look to always reuse what is already available to us whenever we can. So what are the methods for doing this? You can, well, arriving in 2019, so a few years after Gutenberg arrived, block styles are the kind of easiest approach to this if you just need a kind of different visual treatment for something, like super easy to add. There's lots of ways to add the CSS for this. Beyond that, if you need something more complicated, there are block variations. So this is beyond visual changes. You can actually kind of provide a predefined set of attributes. You can override the icon, all sorts of things. Beyond that, again, the block edit filter lets you like fully extend what is in the sidebar, the controls for a block. You can add new attributes and controls to existing core blocks. We can modify how blocks are registered, so the metadata there. We can add extra context, script styles, feature support. And then lastly, you can now filter the output of any block. So like run it through the tag processor, add different attributes, class names. So using combinations of all of those, we can do things like, this is an example of our query filter plugin. Extends the core search block if you put it inside the query loop. It gets that context and adds the interactivity API attributes necessary to make like live search happen. What about something a bit more involved? So this is a call to action block as an example. We built lots of things like this, I'm sure. It's locked down. It has a header section, paragraph, buttons, but it could be a block pattern. So imagine like in the good old days, I started 20 years ago, remember, so we get a mock-up, you decide how you're going to mark this up, like, so this is a heading, this will be a paragraph, this is a link. Let's take that approach, but using the blocks that WordPress core gives us. So we see there could be a row group, a column group on the left. We've got a heading still, heading block, a paragraph block, buttons block to the side. It already gives us these things out of the box. So it's probably not said often enough, block patterns, the introduction of those were a real game changer. I just want to call that out. So you can save them, use them again anywhere. Think of patterns as another block in your tool set. You can save them via the editor. You can register them in code, so they can be added via plugins. Doesn't have to be in the theme. And you can also associate them with specific block types. So when you insert a group, for example, all the block patterns that are associated with the group block will appear as an option before you insert that. So this is an example, what a kind of a pseudocode outline of what this call to action block or pattern would look like. And then you can also now use the template lock attribute. If you add that, set it to content only. That means it'll lock down all the usual controls, and all you can do is edit the content. And voila, we've recreated something that used to be a custom block as a pattern, which I think is pretty cool. So what about something more complicated? A block made of existing components is one thing. But sometimes, and well, very often, we'll need more interactivity, so like a pop-up or a carousel, something like that. And yeah, I know the title of the talk made you think this isn't the case, but it definitely is. while we have content taken care of with patterns and like writing the words that we need to add in, we sometimes need that extra behavior. So I want to suggest another idea for how we go about composing content with blocks and composing more complex things. We'll probably need to workshop the name of this a bit. I just had to write something down to try and get the idea across. When we provide functionality more as a composable layer rather than one block encapsulating a huge amount of functionality, it's good to think about how that can be added into a pattern, and then we get like loads more options with minimal additional effort. So this is an example using a pop-up block. The block itself is just a wrapper, and inside there you just straight back into core blocks. Everything, or other blocks added by plugins. Everything else in there is just standard buttons block, group for layout, for styles. It's literally just a wrapper that adds the behavior. So to recap, enhance existing blocks, make use of what's there where you can. Think of patterns as blocks themselves. Try and favor composition over large custom blocks of functionality. Layer in interactivity using these generic core blocks wherever you can. And remember that the block editor is also a development tool. So even if you don't expect clients and customers to use this, I like to use the block editor to do some of that work that we used to do in code, because it's a little bit more fun. You can use things like the create block theme plugin to save this out as code, the changes that you make in the editor. And yeah, that's that's my rant over. Thank you for listening. Cheers.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Oh, thank you.
You.
Thank you very much.
So you can have a swim in a river, but we've got the very last talk.
You want that?
Yeah, we should pass it to Marcel. So we have Marcel Tannig. He's from Austria, but he lives many people's dreams, and he moved to Spain. So if you're inspired, ask him. And he's WordCamp Vienna organizer, and he's as well WordCamp Europe veteran. So he was a speaker in the past, volunteer, organizer, co-lead of content team, attendee, and now he's a speaker again. So, Marcel, it's yours, and let's get rid of fear of WP CLI.
Thank you, Carolina. Thank you. Let me ask you a question. How many of you still install and configure WordPress completely manually in the backend? Hands up, please. Who is automating it? A little bit less. Okay. I hope by the end of the talk, the number of the people do it manually should hopefully drop to 0. Okay. My name is Marcel Tannig, and I've been working with WordPress for like over a decade. I'm a freelancer since around 2018. And currently, I work with on-the-go systems, leading a technical support team for WPML. And I contribute to WordPress through both code and community, organizing WordCamps, speaking, and helping others in the grow via my blog or in person. And I'm also a really big fan of WP CLI. But let me tell you how I got into it, because this tool completely changed the way I work. And that's exactly what I want to share with you today. I didn't know it at the time, but one online webinar ended up completely changing the way I work. It was the summer of 2019, and I was watching a SiteGround webinar where Alan Schlesser introduced something I had never heard before, WP CLI. And I was blown away, installing WordPress, activating plugins, setting everything up, all without clicking through menus. And I shared it with my team right away, and then they encouraged me to make an internal presentation. And then, just a few months later, I was on stage at WordCamp Vienna teaching WP CLI to a room full of developers. WordPress launched, plugins running, options locked, and all in seconds. And that's when I realized I had been doing it all wrong. And I wasn't alone. In 2021, I led a WP CLI workshop at WordCamp Europe's online edition and saw firsthand how many people still do everything manually, without any automation. And that's when it clicked. Automation isn't just for DevOps. It's for everyone. And that experience sparkled this talk. And today, I will show you how WP CLI, scripting, and now AI will help reclaim your time. So if you ever set up a WordPress site from scratch, you know the drill. You will install WordPress manually, or most likely with a hosting panel. Then you will configure your WP config PHP. You set your permalinks, add users, SEO, caching, and security settings. And then you will install your go-to plugins and your template. It's fine the first time, but maybe even the second. But by the 10th, it's mind-numbing. And here's the real problem. It's inconsistent and error-prone, especially when you're juggling multiple projects. And worst of all, it's a complete waste of your time. So that is when I started asking myself, why am I doing something a machine could do? I'm automating everything. Why not my WordPress setup? I know, for most people, automation can feel like a magic trick, like a cheat code. At first, it seems impossible, but once you experienced it, you actually can't go back. As I said before, automation isn't only for DevOps people. And WP CLI changed everything for me. With just one command, WordPress was up and running. But I wanted to go further. That was not enough. So I began creating simple bash scripts to automate everything what I needed. My plugin, my starter theme, setting the settings, permalinks, and configuring all my desired options. Imagine this. You have the script that installs WordPress for you. Then another command, fine-tune your settings. And then it fires up your custom stack. And you're done. Just like that, done. Fast, consistent, and actually finished before your coffee gets cold. Here's an example of a WP CLI script with a peek at the underlying WP CLI commands. If WP CLI is new to you, no worries. In a later slide, you will get everything to get started. You will get WP CLI commands, you will get the basic introduction, you will get a shell script, and an automation tool, which I will explain a little bit later. So you can see, for example, we are downloading the core, we are configuring the database, installing the core, setting my rewrite structure, installing plugins like WooCommerce, Yoast SEO, and activating a plugin. That is actually everything what you need to start automating your setups. Think about it as an agency. You can create one boilerplate and reuse it every time, and everybody in your team is using the same settings and nothing will get missed. Okay. Now, after a while, I started sharing my scripts. And it seems people really liked them. It was helpful for them. But there was always the same problem. Not everyone was comfortable enough using WP CLI or writing bash scripts. So I started asking myself, how can I make this easier for the people who are not using the terminal on a regular basis? So that's when I had the idea to build a web-based script generator with actually no coding and no CLI, just a simple visual tool. You can just tick a few checkboxes like WooCommerce, Yoast SEO, the template you like, and adding your permalinks, for example. And in one click, you can get a downloadable bash script ready to run. No deep terminal skills needed, no coding, and actually no fear. You just make copy, paste, and go. Okay, we started with manual scripts, every command hand-typed. Then automated setups with WP CLI sped things up. And now we are in the era of AI-powered tools, like, for example, Basel v0, Replit, and Lovable, that help us to build automation tools in a fraction of time. They're not generating the setups directly. They are the enablers that help us to create WordPress automation tools faster and more efficiently. They help us to turn ideas into working concepts without writing every line of code ourselves. And we are moving from concept to working prototypes in minutes and not hours. And once these tools are built, they're reusable, ready to adapt for future WordPress projects without starting from scratch. And I started to ask myself, if AI can accelerate setup generation this much, what else could it do? What if AI could go even further? Okay, let's have a quick look how an AI assistant tool for WordPress can look like today. That's just a visual example I created. You can set up your site title, tagline, time zone, permalink structure. You get even a preview of the setting. You can set up templates from a list. You can add to the list. You can add an external URL from GitHub or from every repository you have. You update the checkboxes, some more advanced setting, and it can build for the people a downloadable bash script. You can copy-paste all the commands without actually remembering the commands or without actually knowing them. And last but not least, you can even spin up a WordPress playground install with all the plugins and templates running. So that's maybe a possibility for you if you have an agency or a team with freelancers to have like a consistent baseline for every project you're doing. Okay, now that you have seen how this actually works, let's talk about the bigger picture. This is where we are today and what is headed next. Right now, we can spin up a complete WordPress stack in minutes with WP CLI. AI on the command line, it's already real. At CloudFest, Pascal Pirchler and his team wired MCP, the Model Context Protocol, into WP CLI. You have to understand this a little bit as the USB port of your website, which allows to connect to large language models. So for example, what you might do with this, you can create a command or run actually a command, like for example, the documentation from them shows WP AI, create 10 test posts about Swiss recipes and include generated featured image. And you will get fully populated content instantly. And Automatic is actually also exploring and working on an MCP integration. But if you now actually think about what you can do with this, you can use the AI to spin up your WordPress instance. And in the same moment, you can, for example, create the About Me page and imprint. And then you're using the AI to generate the future image for that blog post. So you have a really constant baseline to really start. And you're giving your editors the correct tools that they're just working on the content and not on the setup. But maybe, okay, our scripts can live in Git. Our stacks can be consistent, and setup will no longer be the bottleneck. We even automate things like SEO tweaks, caching, and all with reusable commands. And I was actually asking myself, like, what will happen next? A little bit of the problem, I had to update that slides a few times in the last 2 weeks because things are changing too fast. But in my opinion, the next big things what will happen in that way is that we focus much more on the AI agents via this MCP protocol. This means, think for example, if you saw the demo from OpenAI's Codex tool, think like this, but for WordPress that can connect straight to your site or repository and run commands and integrations on your behalf. And what will happen next, what we could get? I could imagine some kind of one command stack build, like for example, some MCP playbooks. We can have some structured YAML JSON files, bundling WP CLI commands, bash scripts, and maybe even Composer installed. Think for example, like something like Docker Compose, but for WordPress, what we can share between each other. And we will not just write commands, we will describe what we need. For example, if we have AI agents on the different tools and services and every tool is using it, we can define our default plugins and run something like spin up a multilingual Woo store, connect it with Stripe, and import my products from Etsy. That will be possible. And last but not least, self-healing workflows, where the AI can detect plugin errors or outdated code, generates a fix, tests it in a sandbox or WordPress playground installed, and pushes the patch directly back into your repository, ready for the final human approval. And that's the real impact. Less time setting up and more time building. Scale faster, work smarter. Okay, my takeaway for you. Automation isn't about being lazy. It's about eliminating distractions so you can focus on what truly matters. And here's my challenge to you. Never set up WordPress manually again. The best developers don't waste time on repetitive tasks. They automate them. Next time you're about to set up a new WordPress site manually, ask yourself, is this something a machine could do? If the answer is yes, let it. AI is here to assist, not replace. It helps you to automate the setup so you can focus on strategy and not the scripts. And that's the real takeaway. Build more, learn more, rest more. You've got better things to do, so go do them. We just have 2 slides more. Please go to this link, download the resources, and start automating one thing today. Your future self will really thank you. And if you're ready to make the first step, I have compiled everything in this link so you can download the source code from the AI setup generator and the WPCLI information, everything you will find here. Thank you for listening. Let's connect after the talk at the WP Cafe. I'd love to hear what you're automating or how you're using AI to make your workflow smarter. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you much.
Very fun.
Thanks.
So thank you, everyone. But before you leave, could you please give a round of applause to my helpers who made it possible? So Maria, Isabel, Rachel, and Ahmed, they helped me to make it happen. So thank you very much. And as well, all the guys from production tools, which are up there. And without them, we wouldn't been here. Otherwise, oh, thank you. Otherwise, you'll have an hour to mingle around, talk about what you've seen, what you've heard, walk around the sponsors area, then everything will close. But there are so many parties, so I'm sure that we will see each other later on. And if not, this day is over, but not the conference, so we see each other tomorrow. Thank you.